physically in the audience here today. Anybody online, welcome. This is the May 18, 2023 Flathead Reservation Water Management Board meeting and work session to focus primarily on the personnel policies and other business. So with that, I'll take a volunteer for the opening prayer, please.
Georgia and I share the duty of offering prayer, and it's really an honor to be able to offer a prayer.
Thank you.
You know, to bow our heads and come together and pray to the Lord for helping us make good decisions with open hearts and open minds, and that we remember those we serve, and that we also offer thanks and praise for the many blessings that we all have. Amen.
Amen. Attendance, please.
Kenneth Pitt.
Here.
Clayton Matt.
Here.
George Spees.
Here.
Roger Noble.
Here.
Teresa Walmcott.
Here.
And Shane Hendrickson is absent today.
Okay, thank you. Have a quorum. Thank you for that. The announcement of meeting minutes on the DNRC and CSKT websites, as usual. Anybody has an interest in those, you can go to those websites to find our previous meeting minutes. And just a second before we adopt the agenda, so I do know a couple of things. I will have a phone call sometime here, and I'll need to take that. It won't take long. I'll step away. I know Ken said he's got one. He'll have to step away. I've got at least one request to make sure that we try to move this through, and I think we've got at least one person who's cannot go past 5. I'm actually hoping we don't go to 5, but we'll do whatever the group wants to do. So I know Teresa's going to have to leave maybe a little bit before 5. So everyone should be aware of all of that. Any comments or questions on the agenda before we adopt? If not, I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda.
Motion.
Motion by Teresa to adopt the agenda. Second. Second by Ken. All in favor, say aye. 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 Approved.
Before we go any further, could we turn the fans on?
Sorry. So, where's the lobby at?
The lobby.
I think we have a lot of the attendees is right there. So that's what else we did.
All right, so we have added a step to disclose any potential conflicts of interest. So with this agenda having been adopted, Teresa, any potential conflicts of interest?
No.
Roger? No. Georgia?
Yeah.
Ken? No. Nor I, so thank you. Public comments for items not on the agenda. There is no public here, but there may be somebody online. Anybody online? And is there anyone online who would like to make comment, please?
Mr. Chairman, board members, there is one person online, hydrologist from the Montana DNRC. No members of the public. Your legal counsel is also online. I see no hands.
Okay, we will move on. We'll have an opportunity for additional public comment, I believe, at the end. So we want to go to approve the meeting agenda / minutes from the 5/11/23 meeting. Do you have the 5/11/23 meeting minutes in front of you? When you are ready, there are no comments. If you have comments, please take them now. If not, when you're ready, we'll take a motion to approve those minutes. Any comments or changes?
I just have a comment, a point of clarification.
Roger,
On 3.4.3. I haven't reviewed what the board bylaws exactly say, but the intent of that was to keep the 5 board members on the account, but yet, according to the bylaws, only the chairman and vice chairman can sign checks. And I believe that's what the bylaws say.
I think that's, I think you're correct in what it says. And I think Ethan is working through the details of that. I don't know if we need to discuss it now or not. He's working through the details of that. It's my understanding that we've got to work with the bank to make sure we line out how that works with them and what our options are, because from their perspective, at least initially, just being on the account signified signatory authority for them, maybe not for my bylaws. So I think there may have been some options. I think Ethan's trying to work through that. So I think you're accurate in what you stated, but we need to work through the details of that yet. Okay. Any other comments on these minutes? Teresa?
On item number 10, the water use complaint form. I thought when we voted to adopt that form, Ken voted opposed. And the minutes do not reflect that vote. I may be mistaken, but
That's correct.
and I just am curious, getting used to the agenda / minute format. Do we record it, the votes? I noticed on other items, yes, votes are recorded, but this vote is not recorded.
Good comment. Is that something we need to catch?
I will, I would be happy to make a correction here, and I would like to just make sure that I understand the correction. I should designate on here that 4 board, excuse me, 4 board members voted to table the complaint form. 1 board member voted to pass it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. My apologies for missing the vote on that. This was definitely directly my statement here. So I will make that change.
Okay. Any
When
other,
we set these at approved.
any other comment? Thank you all for your attention to those details. Any other comments?
I move we adopt them with corrections just made.
Motion by Ken to adopt May 11 meeting minutes with the corrections. Second by Teresa. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, approved. Thank you. So we do have, it looks like on the agenda to revisit the board bank account. So Ethan?
Mr. Chairman, board members. First, I was gonna try to pull up the bylaws here real quick. Section 6.3 of the bank account ownership and authority is where the chair and the vice chair are designated as signatories. Signatory, according to the bank, is somebody who has full access and control to write checks, transfer funds, everything. They do not, I did explore with the bank, if the bank has an option to have somebody listed on the bank account, but not able to withdraw any monies or transfer any monies from the bank account. And they do not have that option. They do, however, have an option where we can add people who are not signatories to the bank account to an online access account where they can see from their phone or computer real-time transactions to and from the account, but not actually having the authority to make any of those transactions on the account. So that would be an option that the board could consider. I did talk to a couple of financial managers and a few more bank people. They did encourage me to suggest to the board that for purposes of maintaining internal control, the bylaws and the signatory authorities match. I also got some other good advice, which was to add a money market account to the board's bank account and to set that money market account up to hold the lion's share of the board budget, which would then earn interest at 3.5% or so. And that we can designate the money market account to put monthly automated operational amounts into the checking account. And we can specify for the money market account that it would take 2 signatures to withdraw substantial or additional funds beyond the monthly operational amount from the money market account into the checking account, and that the dual signature arrangement is somewhat common practice for organizations that have large lump sum budgets that where they'd like to separate operating expenses, operating actions from their main balance. I don't exactly have a thorough plan on what I have to suggest here today, other than we do still have the paperwork that the board had in front of it last go around if we wanted to modify the signatories to match the bylaws. We can still go back and do redrafting as needed for the bylaws. I would probably, after I sorted out, if the board was interested in this money market account arrangement, I would probably recommend the board let me pursue that and write proposed modification of fiscal policy number 1 to accommodate the money market account, which would add an additional level of internal control and the option to make interest. At this point, hopefully I've given some additional information and maybe the board might want to have some discussion about their preference.
So let's try to capture this a bit and try to take them one at a time here. So as far as signatory authorities go, right now, and I'll say it this way, simplest form would be, we've got the chair, vice chair, and Ethan set in the bylaws. We've got, I think, the paperwork with the bank ready to go to set that with the bank. If we did that option, and if you want the to continue to have online access, that combination of things is one scenario option. So another scenario option looks to be that as we took action last week, all board members would be listed on the bylaws and the bank account. And as such, then all board members would have the ability to sign. So let's just stop there, and there may be another option in there, but let's stop there and see where the board is on that particular point.
But as I stated last time, I have no interest in being a signatory. I like the 2 signatories plus online approach.
I, on that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I agree with Ken that I have no desire to be on the account, but I do suggest that good internal controls would maybe mix the signature authority up. I don't know any other way to say it, so that if two have check writing authority on one account, then you have different individuals maybe included on the other account for the purposes of fund transfers, so that you have that segregation of duties or broader internal controls, just food for thought.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Yes.
I guess I've had a little more time to think about it since last week, and I'm more comfortable not having any involvement with the checking account unless I have to. So I would prefer not to be named on it.
Okay, Roger.
So the original intent of the discussion was just to have a backup for ease of replacement of the account signature. And it seems like there's conflict with that. So I agree with Ken too, that sounds like the easiest thing is just to have the chair and the vice chair be the signatories. And but then the other board members can have access to review it if they want.
If they wanted, we could set that up as an online. That sounds like that option would be the online option. But given that we took action last time, we should probably review that, and I think we probably need to undo that action by taking a new action today on just the signatory authorities and on the individual account. Now, I like, the thought that Teresa raised, that if we have multiple accounts, say we have the checking account and then we have this money market account, to be able to move money from the money market account, if we set it up to require 2 signatures, do you want to be the same 2 signatures that access checking account? I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but Thought I heard that's what you suggested.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm wondering, Chairman, if you have to have two signatures on the money market account, that in itself is a check. More of a check than we have just for the checking account. And I'm not sure who else could be on the account. Because none of the three of us are officers.
That is accurate.
Yeah.
And at present, and it's just because I hadn't thought through this. So that was not an idea that I had explored fully to have other than it starts to sound like a treasurer. And adding a treasurer to this board, but my thought was, if of the three people that are on the account, you had to have two of them sign to move money out of the money market, that it would be an additional level of control. Of course, I guess if people were in cahoots. I don't know, I was they're trying to find an accurate, reasonable level of control, but if it's really the board's call, I think I could draft to either. And honestly, as I'm sitting here thinking about it, I would probably make a whole separate resolution about the money market account. That would be a standalone resolution as opposed to a modification of resolution 1, which is the only place that I'm added as a signatory to the account.
Could, question, yeah, could you, I'm asking, I don't know the answer. Could you say chair or vice chair and the engineer?
My intent with floating this was that any two of the three signatories would be able to authorize a transfer from the money market account to the operating fund. But again, and that would be also money in addition to a set amount of monthly operational funds that will automatically go from the money market account into the operational fund, so that we don't need to sit and micromanage the money market account and the checking account. However, there's still a separation. And for a large item like an air conditioner, where that would be accommodated in the operational fund, that would require a dual signature approach. Again, though, that's one idea. And not to say that there's not merits with this other idea of having an additional board member, or I think both are options.
Well, I think it's almost the same idea, because you're having a third person. Or a second person.
The second person.
Yeah.
So that there's not any point where where the chair could just go move large amounts of money out of the money market account on his own, where the engineer, could go move large amounts of money out of the money market account. The other option is you could have a separate money market account. Actually, they are related. Sorry. So we can't, that actually gets too complicated. Let me retract back that. So you can't exactly, you could disallow the engineer to move money out of the money market account. That seems a little less practical to me, but that would be an option as well. I think all of these options would add to a lot of internal control that gives us, if there's ever some sort of an account issue, you'd be able to look and see that we were tracking our bylaws accurately and according to the board's activities.
Just to back up just a second. So out of the checking, it's set up now for who to be able to authorize spending out of the checking.
The checking account right now, Mr. Chairman, is in a bit of a limbo phase, because when I requested the paperwork to modify.
I get that part.
Okay.
I just mean how it has been operating has been who would authorize funding of that?
The chair or the vice chair.
Chair or vice chair.
Yeah.
And it doesn't require a two signature out of the checking.
No, it does not. And I think there was at least one instance where another board member signed. Maybe. Georgia, did you ever sign anything for the? Okay, that's my misremembering. Excuse me. They could have, however.
So back to the signatory authority discussion we had at the last meeting and what we're talking about now. Until we set up something like a money market account, the only thing we're talking about right now is signatory authority on the checking. And right now, we have action on the books that say you want all board members to be on the account. Would you like to undo that action? Roger?
So I guess I made that recommendation. I don't know if it's a motion. But we need action. I'll make a motion that signatories on the Glacier Bank checking account be limited to the chair and the vice chair. And
Is it currently now chair, vice chair, and engineer, or just chair and vice chair?
and the engineer, yeah.
The current paperwork that we have and the bylaws, in addition to resolution number 1, allow for 3 signatories on the account.
So,
And the engineer.
and, okay, so you're, okay,
Then if people are interested in this second motion, or part of that motion could be that of the other 3 board members can have review access to the account.
through the online process. Okay. Are you trying, do you want to make that all one motion, or do you want to do 2 separate motions?
I'll do 2 separate.
Okay. So first motion I heard was to continue to undo the action we took last week and continue with the signatory authority on the checking account as the chair, vice chair, and engineer.
Correct. That's the motion.
That's the motion. Do I have a second? Second by Teresa. All in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye. Okay. And do you have a second motion?
Second motion is then to allow all the full 5 voting members on the board to have online access to review the.
A motion by Roger to authorize the online access for the board members to be able to review the account. Do you have a second? Teresa, second. All in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye. Now, let's chat a second about the possibility of a money market account. So do you want to review that again? Tell us where we're at.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, board members, what would work, I think, is, should the board so choose, be to make a motion for the engineer to initiate the proceedings to set up a money market account, that the money market account have some signatory constraints that the board would need to determine now, so that I could do 2 actions. 1, initiate the creation of the money market account, and 2, create a new resolution for the board to consider at a future meeting that would specify how money is moved out of the money market account and into the operational account. Specifically, what signators are required for that kind of a transaction, and also specifically that there would be a set amount of monthly operational funds that will move over that do not require signatory authority from anyone. It's just, that's how we'll set the money market account up to operate in the first place.
So just a suggestion and a thought. I'm thinking maybe we should get that resolution first, adopt that, and then move forward with creating that account, because we'll have all the rules in place at the time we adopted. That would authorize setting up the account and would have all the signatories lined out at that time. I mean, that's. The alternative is to go set up the account and then follow up with the resolution, but I'm thinking. Unless there's unless it's real urgent, we should consider looking at the resolution first.
Excellent idea, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that good modification of the approach.
That's my thought, board members.
I agree.
Sounds good.
Okay, so. At this point, do we have consensus to authorize and ask for a resolution? I see heads nodding, so we have consensus to bring back a resolution even for us to consider. For a money market account process. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And as usual, I'm neglecting my duties to ask for public comment.
There's no public in attendance,
We
Mr.
have no
Chairman.
public in attendance, so
I would have spoken up.
I think that in any case I would ask, but no public in attendance, so. Does that cover everything we need, Ethan, on 3.2?
Mr. Chairman, board members, I believe that addresses everything listed on 3.2, and I will do my best to proceed. In terms of schedule, I do hope to have the money market in place by the time we're ready to receive transfers of appropriations from the state and the tribes.
You're good. All right, any other comments on that? All right, let's move on to the next item, Office of Water Engineer Personnel Policies. So. Here we go.
Mr. Chairman. before I
Yes,
start,
Ken.
I just wanted to compliment Teresa, Roger, and Georgia for the very, very thorough review of policies.
I agree. I've seen many of the comments that are in there. I did make some in the interim and have some. Did not send any on particular, but appreciate all the diligence in reviewing this. I think policies in general are hard, but personnel policies, I think, are very detailed and require an extraordinary amount of thought, case by case. So let me. I'm pulling up some things here. So if you had a chance to see one of the last emails from Ethan, I had asked if there was still an order of priority. Ethan responded and said in no particular order. So to start with, as he listed primary items, policy set 7, leave, in policy set 9, within 9. Then 8, health benefits. And then within that, some cell phone reimbursement. There's no section on that yet, but certainly one of the topics, with secondary items being probation period, job descriptions, promotion planning, performance improvement. And also under priority items, there was a additional listed as new 8.03 retirement. We need to spec out the vesting period before retirement can occur. So board members, if we try to address these in some order of priority, it looks like top priorities might be those items listed under primary items there. 7, 9, 8, and 8, and cell phones. Followed by the secondary items. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, there is a 12 1.01 is the section on cell phone reimbursements. My apologies for sloppy email.
Okay, that's fine. So we had talked about taking these in some order of priority. How would you like to proceed? I think we pick one and try to discuss it and get through it.
Leave. Let's go right down the list.
Okay, down the list, policy set 7, leave. So let's look at policy set 7. I'm not mistaken, that's on what, page 23? Something like that.
And Mr. Chairman, board members, please do be aware that both Haley or John are online and at your disposal. for legal
Welcome, John.
questions.
Welcome, Haley. Thank you. So, getting there.
So Ethan, I see that, like, I have one copy here that's got green, pink, purple, they're all designated. Color coded by person,
I believe so, yes, sir.
is that the same? Can we bring that version up so that we can see? Oh, there we go. That.
Let me try to, so I just needed to expand the comments. And it's I'm sort of juggling a little bit on my screen here, sorry for
And here's the reason why.
the klutz.
I can't read these things.
I know. It is a difficult thing to try to print things that have embedded comments. But with the board permission, one way that we can do things is I can go through, bring up each of the comments by we can work through policy set 7 from start towards the end and do something similar to what we did with the bylaws. Of course, it was. Sorry, does that sound good? Okay.
That makes sense. And as we get through these, I'll also have some comments to add, but yes.
Certainly, and Mr. Board Chair, Mr. Chairman, board members, please of course interrupt me and redirect me as needed. I will try to facilitate and collect your thoughts on these topics, but as you know, I will be juggling a few things here. So a little patience and a little direction will be good. So what I have try to do here, I did in fact add this list of the types of leave just because I felt like it was starting to be a lot of types of leave. So I thought it would be good to try to consolidate them in one bigger group and then expand on them down lower. And so we have paid holiday leave, paid time off, and paid time off is of course if you were to take an annual leave and a sick leave, combine the two of them. There is administrative leave, which is actually a variety of different items from a couple hours off to vote on election day. If there's a icy wintry disaster, we don't want to have the office open that day, so on and so forth. Safety concerns, maybe there's some personnel issue that needs to be addressed. It's kind of a catch-all, right? There's Family Medical Leave Act, and which is not necessarily paid leave, but is a type of leave that we are required to offer to the best of my abilities to determine. There is a late addition. It's not really an addition. I had originally removed it and then realized that that was an error because it is required by state law to have a victims of crime leave. So embrace that one. Then there is there's a bereavement leave. I am not aware of any state law requiring a bereavement leave. And then there is a jury and witness duty leave, which I just think is good for them to offer a jury and witness duty leave. But that is, I did not explore so much that, if that's a required, amount of leave. I do know the state offers it. I would suspect the tribes offer, but I cannot confirm. Okay, I've got a head shaking, yes. You know, if you do, offer jury and witness duty leave in a paid fashion, then what typically would happen is that any compensation that came would be, sent to the board's, what I call a general fund, which we'll get to later. Had some conversation, but the general fund isn't just intended to be the general board offers, but we can change that term later if we need to. The board member, Teresa Wall McDonald, I will try to offer, you had a comment with these types of leaves. I think the board should receive a report that totals the number of hours of leave used by category. Can we afford all this, and wellness leave, which does look like the wellness leave is not on this list. If it makes the cut, we'll try to add that in here. And I was a little resistant to that, suggesting that we're taking a lot of time to produce the reports, but and that we,
May I ask? a
yes,
question?
yes, ma'am, of course.
It wasn't intended to be kind of same for time obligation. Don't we have someone doing our payroll?
Oh, my misunderstanding then, we absolutely would have an automated, all of the types of leave will be tracked by payroll by the type of leave that it is. And so my apologies for, I was thinking some bigger report, so
No,
let me get off my high horse there and we'll just delete that idea. And we certainly do have, you know, just with a small office and looking at the kind of standard leaves that are out there, it is difficult to manage operating and leave. And that is an unfortunate reality. I don't have an easy solution to that. Let's see. Looks like we get into some of the more specific leave comments down below. And I do see in this section that Roger had added this bereavement leave kind of a definition. I think we had that down in the bereavement leave section also. So we do have a better description of bereavement leave down here. Perhaps we can try to reconcile what's in the bereavement leave section with Roger's comments up here in the definition section. But so just kind of keep that in mind. And if the board would like, I can jump right into the specifics of paid holiday leave, or if there's a more general discussion that should be had, please feel free to pause me.
Well, let me pause for just a second. So the types of leave, let's start with that. Other comments and questions. I see that Teresa had one on leave. I think your comment was reviewed. I think Roger said admin leave needs a definition. But if you look at that list, where are you at with this board? I have a question on the victims of a crime leave. What is that? I mean, concept I know, but I guess I'd never actually seen that as a separate type of leave in a policy.
Mr. Chairman, board members, your HR folks added that in with a specific reference to statute. It is listed in better detail down in that section. So, you know, would you like me to just scroll down there now to sub C?
Well, let's see. I get what you're saying. Is there? Let's hear from the board members. Is there anything about the list that you have questions on now that we need to try to address, or You want to just start working down through the details. Tracy.
Just a comment food for consideration with PTO. I just thought it's a PTO category. I didn't think we needed to have a definition for sick annual, just personal. That was the only thing that kind of threw me, but that's all.
So when we get down to that, we can try to solve it. So, should we start down through the details then? So paid holiday leave,
Yes.
paid holiday leave.
All right, here on the paid holiday leaves, based on some feedback, I did try to include what was generally in the original draft that I had. This did have 1 day more than federal or state holidays, and so okay, so what I was suggesting is that maybe we remove the standing arrow powwow holiday to meet the total number that's allowed. I noticed that Roger's suggesting the remove Juneteenth.
Well,
And-
wait.
I'm sorry.
That's not quite what I'm doing,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
So I went through and I was trying to be consistent with state of Montana paid holidays. And the reason I put a line through these and I put a line through them with a question mark, because then it's like, okay, if these are CSK recognized holidays, I'm okay with that. It's not, there's one of those in there that's not a CSK holiday and not a state of Montana holiday, then I don't think it should be there. I think our funding, and here's the basis for all of my comments for the most part. Our funding comes from the legislature, and through the tribal council.
yes.
And so we're fiscally responsible to those two entities. And so that's why that's the basis for most of my comments throughout there.
And I think that's an important discussion. And the reason I'm saying that is there's a variety of things about this. One is, so let's just talk about the tribal floating holidays. What they are is intended to be holidays in lieu of 2 federal holidays. So unfortunately, we need to do one or the other. Because we can't do both. I don't think we can do both. I mean, I don't think that's appropriate either. So either we go with the federal holidays or we go with those floating holidays. They were intended to just be in lieu of, and those employees get the same number of holidays per year. It's just that 2 of them are in lieu of. That's what those are intended to be. So employees will get the required federal holidays. The only question is whether or not you want to stick with the floating holidays or the actual federal holidays. And not being a tribal organization, I certainly understand where the tribal organization is with this. But I also understand we are not a tribal organization. We're not a state organization. I'm not trying to lean on one or the other, just trying to recognize that that's what those were. So I appreciate your comments on that, but so board members.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So the hourly floating holidays on a weekend?
That holiday is created during that time. If that the 4th happens to land on a weekend, the actual day given as a holiday is on a weekday, either a Monday or a Friday. It just depends. But in the concept though is not whether it's on a weekend. The concept is that, for example, I believe one of the days that we don't follow is President's Day. If we don't follow President's Day, one of the other, we get the holiday. It just happens to be either around the 4th or around the Standing Arrow powwow, not necessarily on a specific day then.
So are the Arlie celebration and the Standing Arrow, are those the two voting holidays you referred to?
Correct.
Okay.
When I first saw the list, I thought, well, I'm glad they're there, but we probably really can't do both. I mean, that's.
This list, in contrast to the federal holidays, does not include Columbus or Indigenous Peoples' Day.
In fact, Columbus was probably one of the other days we didn't follow. So as I President's Day and Columbus Day, we didn't follow and use those in lieu days or floating holidays.
Other question.
Yes,
Is Juneteenth, is that a federal holiday now?
That is,
it was created in the last couple of years. Yeah, it's a new one.
yeah,
Does the tribe recognize that one?
I believe so. It's a federal holiday.
yeah, my understanding is that the tribe's two holidays that they don't recognize that were federal holidays would be Columbus Day and President's Day.
Yes,
Is that's accurate?
I believe so.
And that those were they substitute, instead of those two federal holidays, the Arlie celebration and Standing Arrow.
Correct.
Another question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
A little hesitant to ask this, but I will, is recognizing one powwow without the other powwow, is that going to cause cultural issues?
Short answer, yes.
Yes, it
Okay.
would not be a good idea.
Short answer, yes. But I couldn't tell you what, but short answer, yes. Certainly, the tribal government would do that. Whether we choose to do that or not, that's certainly up to us.
Another question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
This is all new to me. Is there a requirement for a certain number of holidays?
The federal holidays are required.
Okay.
And I don't know if there are, and Roger mentioned state holidays. I don't know what state holidays there are other than the federal holidays. So we do want to make sure, and I think under federal law, we're required to acknowledge federal holidays.
So you can have more holidays for this board than is required by federal government.
I believe so. I don't see any reason why we couldn't, but I think we have to acknowledge the federal holidays.
I think Election Day is not a federal holiday. I think that's a state holiday, not recognized in the federal. Here, it's provided for by an amount of admin leave up to 3 hours. You know, it's scheduled by the supervisor, so it's not a full day off. It's just a certain amount of time to go get your voting business off. For the state, Election Day is a full day holiday.
So is the target 10 holidays or 11?
11 full day holidays. Then what you end up doing with Election Day is, that's up for discussion, either. It's hard for me not to have some option for people to go schedule a vote, so I just in general, I have a difficult time not having that option, I guess.
Another question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So to answer Roger's question, CSKT recognized both Arlie and Standing Arrow as holidays. So if that's the case, I don't think we should strike any of those.
Well, but they recognize those, but they're in lieu of, which means if we did that, we would want to decide which two federal holidays we did not follow.
So if you take out President's Day and you take out Election Day, we're back to the appropriate number. But then you would have staff needing to take PTO to go vote.
Yeah, unless there's this additional 3-hour option, which would be potentially in addition to an 11 holiday arrangement. You know, obviously, and that's an up to 3 hours, and it's intended to be set up in a way that we can schedule office, to be open, right? So it's a smaller congregation than a full blown holiday, so that would not yield a day of no work, here at this office.
I don't know where else to put it, but to me, election day doesn't belong under holidays, but I don't know where else to put it. And I'm in favor of, using administrative authority. Leave authority up to 3 hours. That sounds fine to me, but that's just me.
So
You
another,
could move that to the administrative leave section for sure, if you wanted to
Yeah.
move election day out of this list.
That's just me, Ken.
so help me again. So there is a federal minimum number of holidays you have to have.
Well,
That's
it's
what
whatever
George
the federal holidays are, and
Okay.
I'm looking at these and all we can do is, so New Year's, right? Martin Luther King, President's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving and Christmas. Are there other federal holidays?
Juneteenth is.
Juneteenth. And Juneteenth is on, so that would be. Those are the, did I miss any required federal ones there?
There's a Columbus / Indigenous Peoples Day is a federal holiday that is not on this list.
So we should correct the list and make sure it's there.
Yeah, you add that back in, you've got 11.
If that's a federal holiday, then we probably want to make sure that we
Are you
get them.
sure it's a federal holiday?
I just pulled up the federal holiday list. New Year's Day, Martin Luther, President's Day, Memorial Day, Juneteenth, July 4th, Independence Day, Labor Day, Indigenous Peoples' Day, also known as Columbus. Veterans, Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Okay, so it is for federal law then. Okay,
That is the 11 holidays designated for 2023.
And even though they've technically changed the name of Columbus Day to be recognized as Indigenous Peoples' Day, to the best of my knowledge, the tribe has not changed that floating holiday. I think that they continue to utilize their floating holidays. I think as a matter of practice, it would be difficult for the tribal council to change that. Because it's pretty standard now for them to allow some holiday time around both of the powwows. I'm just gonna say it, I would be comfortable just acknowledging the federal holidays. And then any required state holiday, but if, and the election day, I just as soon see it be some sort of administrative leave, but that's just me. Keep it simple. Appreciate it, Roger, Georgia, Ken, what do you think?
I still haven't decided what to do with Standing Arrow and Arlie.
Again, if we go with just sticking with the federal holidays, then those are moot. And Arlie is already around a federal holiday anyway, the 4th. Standing Arrow would be the only one that isn't, but personally am comfortable with this board sticking with federal holidays. And Roger or Ken, if there's a state holiday, I'm not aware, and I don't know how the state holidays work other than federal, so. If it's only the election issue, then I think we should accommodate for election. An amount of time for election, but I don't think it needs to be under holiday.
No, I think that those revisions were pretty consistent with the state holidays. And moving the election.
When you say state holidays, consistent with the holidays that the state acknowledges,
The number of,
not that there's a state holiday.
yes.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm not aware of any.
So this one is not recognized by the state. Juneteenth,
No, but it's.
But it's federal holiday.
right? It is a federal holiday. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, yes, Teresa.
Oh, did you know Georgia?
Georgia.
Oh, just a clerical comment, instead of having those bulleted, it might help to number them. So at a glance, we can tell we've got the right number.
Teresa.
Um,
Okay.
I'm just curious, how we proceed. Are we gonna like adopt this holiday list? Will we adopt sections once we reach agreement and move on? I'm just curious about.
Once, whatever you guys want, I think what we talked about was kind of going through these in some order of priority. And I think that as a technical matter, there's no reason why the board couldn't adopt a section. And then, so if we don't get done with all of the personnel policies today, if the other thing to consider though is that even if we agree today, you probably want to see a final draft of that section before you approve it. So might not be today anyway, but if you want to adopt individual sections, I don't see any reason why we couldn't do.
Yep.
Thinking of Memorial Day this month, and then Juneteenth is
Yeah.
coming up.
Yeah.
Then the employees could plans.
Yeah,
In the absence of decision, we are taking the holidays.
I would.
Let you know.
I think we should have at least a consensus that federal holidays should be followed in the absence of a final policy that's fair.
And just to double check here before, I don't want to get ahead of the board members, but I understood the board to say we were going to remove the two powwow for the floating holidays. Is that?
Well, let's keep talking. Ken says he's not sure, so I'm not sure.
I didn't say that. You know, I want to make sure that these holidays are appropriate, that's all.
Well, we are at the point of a tentative decision here on these holidays. So what would you like to do?
Well, let me ask, if Teresa and you are comfortable with removing, I'm fine. Okay,
I am. Okay. I want to keep it simple. I mean, because I think we could do one or the other, and I think as much as I am absolutely in favor of the idea that tribal government has had over the years to allow those floating holidays. One of those holidays, floating holiday, is also around a federal holiday. So that federal holiday is going to get recognized regardless. And when we do that federal holiday, the question will be for us is, if that lands on a weekend, how do we allow, to what extent do we extend that to our employees? But the standing area isn't, so I think, but there will be a holiday that is recognized.
I think B covers that, holidays follow the Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's Teresa, you good? Roger?
I like to keep it simple, federal holidays, and I like moving election day participation to admin leave. I like
Okay, Roger, Georgia, good, Ken?
Yes.
Okay, we're good with that. Ethan, is that fair enough?
Why don't you take one to the board?
As long as then it's captured all the federal holidays.
All right, and we are, just double check here also, we are leaving this holiday in. Okay. Well, I can't see the board.
So we have consensus, and you know, that's the board is. Did you, Ethan, have any other thoughts on this? Is it, and or the staff? Did they have any other thoughts or comments on this?
But Christie's not in here right now, so if we're gonna open it to the staff, give me a moment.
Yeah, I just, it was just a thought, I mean, especially,
We need more than consensus and stuff.
well, I think when we are ready to adopt, if you're ready to adopt today, we can take action. If you're not ready to it, if you want to wait for a final draft of this version of this, then if we want to adopt, we probably want to get through all of the paid holiday leave section.
Okay.
And then do that as a block.
Just a,
Yeah, Georgia.
just a comment, I recognize, I think it's a great point, Teresa, that we need to get these adopted before our staff would like to take them. That makes intuitive sense. My only thought was, as we move through this policy, there may be some other elements that we don't know if we can afford or not yet until we see the budget. So we can discuss them, but we don't know the budget. So in terms of how we handle this, there's some we may adopt today and some we may want to wait.
Yeah,
And I
absolutely.
didn't know if we need to be consistent in how we need to make sure.
Well, once we get through paid holiday leave section, then we'll do whatever is appropriate. If you want to adopt it. Want to wait? Need more analysis, we can do that. I just think we just want to get through the language and come to some at least consensus so that we can move on to another section. That's where I'm at. And if it's all right with you, I don't know how much discussion there is coming from staff. I know that they had an opportunity to talk through some of these, but I just wanted to see if the staff had anything else to add on paid holiday leave, the list. So, yeah.
Keep that subset, you can change it when a state holiday. Holidays. To, but also, but we try to track. Whatever that is. We also. You celebrate it and done. Overall, I just. And we're trying to look what. Federal and tribal, yes, state holidays that are celebrated.
I'll speak for Christie. You can smack me if you don't like it. She's not excited that the powwow holidays are gone. You know, so that's feedback. It doesn't mean that you have to concede here. I try to look for a happy medium. Maybe we could offer, you know, the option for guaranteed PTO off. If that's what an employee wants to do on those important days. And possibly, you know, maybe even allowing folks to shift a holiday. For instance, if the way depending on how we land on these policies, the way they're written and intended right now, if an individual is to come in and work on a holiday for 8 hours, they get their holiday pay for 8 hours and then they gain 8 hours of comp time, presuming that they work the rest of a 40-hour week, okay? So then they have this offset that would yield the bank of comp time. And because they're important days, yeah, I'm just trying to think on my feet and find a way to, accommodate, everybody's got some different thoughts on what they might like to have off.
Well, comp time and overtime are things that I'm assuming that are gonna have to be approved ahead of time anyway. I don't think employees should decide, well, I'm doing comp time today, I'm doing overtime. That's a management decision.
That is how that works out,
Yeah.
yeah.
So you heard the comments, any other thoughts or questions? Christie, thank you. I mean, I agree. I think that we've got to go, I think, fall down on this one way or the other. I'm just trying to keep it simple. Yeah. Yeah.
My other thought was that the holiday in the summer, and switching out for the holiday in the fall is just because more of us might be gone on that holiday during the summer, that closing, and utilizing it as like a floating holiday, like to try, would be more beneficial, I guess, for our office.
Yeah.
I feel like, just because it's such a busy season
Yeah.
and people will be coming in and out, not wait for closed for a holiday. It's more justified than everyone took leave for the day.
Good thoughts.
Yeah.
Good thoughts. Yeah. Board members? Certainly, what you're describing fits for the 4th of July holiday, but not necessarily for the Standing Arrow holiday,
Yeah.
because there's no federal holiday around that. But
Would just out of, it will be interesting to manage the 4th of July holiday for this office. Because that is gonna, coverage will be difficult. And which I believe, is in agreement with Christie's point. You typically, when people want to take off some time, it's a week around the 4th of July. That is a common time for people who want to take off.
well, I think, yeah, I think that let's say we did. I mean, Independence Day, 4th of July, that's a holiday regardless.
Mhm.
So isn't the question then really whether or not we're gonna recognize Standing Arrow?
I thought we took that one off instead.
Thank you for covering the office while we were having this discussion, first of all. Second, it was made clear that if we took off one of the powwows and left the other one on, that there may be
July 4th is a federal holiday anyway. So that we have to recognize that. The only question is whether or not we do any floating holidays,
Oh,
similar to what the tribe is doing, and that's, yeah, there are other potential types of leave that people might want to have. I think that it's important, obviously, that we recognize that there are 11 federal holidays. The question is whether or not you want to make an adjustment to acknowledge the floating holidays similar to what the tribe does.
Could you change Independence Day to Independence Day / Arlie powwow? And reinsert Standing Arrow?
Do you want to add an additional day and make it 12? Because, I mean, the other option is to not do floating, but do the 4th of July as it is. It's a federal holiday, and add one. And that's certainly something we have the authority to do. You can do that.
Well, I'm saying change the name of Independence Day to recognize Independence Day and Arlie powwow.
Well, I get that. I'm just saying,
And then add in standing arrows.
so you'd want a 12.
Yeah.
So there's another option for you. Any other comments by staff? I thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, I think we need to try to find a conclusion to this, but thank you for your input.
All right. As of now, I'm leaving this the way that it is. We have some sections underneath here. Would you like to go through these? Didn't get much for comments, got a couple of corrections in here.
Yeah, let's go through them. I'm gonna try to finish a section and see how.
If any of the holidays fall on Sunday, the Monday following is a holiday. If any of the holidays fall on a Saturday, the Friday preceding is a holiday. To be eligible for paid holiday leave, an employee must be in work status or be on approved paid leave status. Employees on an unpaid leave of absence will not receive paid holiday.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
Why don't, would it be okay just to focus on the items that people had comments on?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I misunderstood. I thought I just asked if I should.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can, so B through G, anybody have any other comments?
Oh, sorry.
So, 7.2. Unless you decide to make any other changes, 7.2 is all but set here. Teresa.
I joked, just for a moment. That my comments on these policies are kind of Debbie Downer comments. And in many of the comments, of course, I'm concerned about budget and availability to the public. Because we're in this curve of gaining public trust. So we have 11 holidays. But I know there are also companies out there who let employees take their birthday off as a holiday. Or the employee gets to declare their own quota. You know, so there are large companies that give an employee a choice. I'm gonna take my floater today. I'm gonna take my floater at the time of standing arrow powwow, but somebody else may say, I'm gonna take my floater now. And George's reminds me, that there's a happy medium that we, employee retention is really important. If we did add a 12, maybe it is a personal floater. And those that,
Not a bad idea.
those that want to use it and standing arrow powwow can do it, and somebody else may choose to combine that with something else. But that way employees get a choice, but I'm just throwing that out.
I think that's a good pitch.
Question,
Yes,
would you want to limit the number of days per year?
I think it'd be one.
One per year. Okay.
So
It'd be one
So we
day.
have 12 holidays, 12 declared holidays, 11 federal, and then a personal floater. And those that want to use it as standing.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea because, that may be around there, but there may be individuals who have other reasons to say, I want to take mine at this time.
Exactly. And, you know, it's one area where we can give choice.
Ethan, thoughts on that?
I'm fine with that as long as it doesn't cut into the PTO arrangement. To me,
Yes.
the PTO is designed to provide you your personal floater holidays. And so people should earn their paid time off. And, you know, presumably you can elect within reason and schedule to take those off. So, you know, although I appreciate that, I'd be more inclined to rely on our PTO earnings and then perhaps designate under the holiday section that if an employee wanted to participate in one of those important tribal days, that they're pretty much guaranteed to get PTO off. So that to me is sort of similar to, I think, what you're saying. It gets to the same thing, but it does, in fact, just kind of rely on that earned leave.
I get that. Your thoughts?
Just trying to. find
Yeah.
that balance.
Yeah.
You know, and I appreciate Ken's sensitivity in asking the question, you know,
Yep.
how are we doing with these holidays? And we don't want to be offending or sliding.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if Christie wants to take off the Harley powwow day, she's gotta leave, she's gonna get it. So like, I don't care honestly what we write down in here. That's, you know, that's gonna be something, we're gonna be able to manage that.
That's true, but that still is PTO as
Yeah,
opposed to a holiday.
It is.
And I think what we're trying to do is capture an additional potentially with the idea would capture an additional holiday
all right.
that
Steve,
they wouldn't have to. So that's an idea of thoughts about that. I mean, that's Teresa's thrown that out. That's a option. I like it.
I think it's genius. It's a lovely compromise.
Roger?
I think I recognize that other companies do this too, but usually what they do then is they don't have Columbus Day or something like that. That's why they have that floating holiday, and it's usually a birthday. Like where I worked before, yeah. And so that's how that's why then they don't. They're consistent with the same number of holidays, basically 11 and 11.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but I wouldn't be opposed, I guess. I think it's important to have good employee retention. There's no question about that.
One thing about these policies is we can always change them. We can always modify them. We don't know how this is gonna work. It could work perfectly. It could be something we go back in a year and say, look, let's. You know, the staff might come back and say, this isn't gonna work. Let's modify it. That's what our policies are intended to do. I think I think this, adding this one is an interesting option. I think it is. And as we're talking about policy, this is also a benefit, right? And to the extent, and it's difficult for me to look at this and say, and understand exactly what the fiscal issue is with it. But I think we've already got 11 holidays. Adding that one for individuals to take and help with employee satisfaction isn't maybe a bad idea. And, you know, if we're struggling with the idea, I appreciate the thought that if we want to stick with things like floating holidays, I do appreciate that. I'm willing to stick with the federal holidays. I appreciate the sentiment. Teresa mentioned that, and I can think of a number of other things that individuals might decide they are important to them. that this doesn't cover. I know under tribal policy, there's several other kinds of leave that the tribe offers. There's our benefits. We don't have to do that here. But if we did this, that would certainly be a good compromise. So, yeah. And you know, I take Ethan's point, but I think this is intended to be a benefit. If that's what we do.
May I?
Yes, Ken.
I like this idea, because it's content neutral. And it provides the flexibility to accommodate various staffs. But I do think it's maybe a little tighter, one employee holiday per year,
Yeah.
okay? Just so that there's no confusion.
No room for.
The other potential there, and I think you'll want to kind of think about Ethan's ability to manage that is I don't know if we need it in the policy, but I guess I would hope that we wouldn't run into a situation where we've got 5 employees that all 5 decide they're going to take one day, the same day.
Well, we can modify it to say with the approval of the engineer.
And I think the leave is gonna have, yeah,
It's super conservative.
yep. That would be good.
I'm still really intrigued about the whole birthday thing. I've never heard that before. So just to clarify, if it was your business, you would take like National Roger Day if everybody got your birthday up, or it was like, just as an example, or people took their own birthday as their holiday.
They took their own birthday as a holiday, but you know, I mean, it was a floating holiday too, that we didn't have to take it on your birthday, but then again. They didn't have 11, they had 9, total of 9 holidays, not 11 or 12. And the floating holiday included your birthday. So that's, you know, that's the difference in private industry.
Well, there's your moment, like you get that shirt made, right? On your day. So, your moment. It's rehearsing.
Okay. All right, I think
I would celebrate that.
I would wear that
Right.
t-shirt.
All right.
You could show up.
I will invite you next January.
I can't hurt.
so under the idea that we would potentially take action. How do you want to leave this today?
Like that.
And do you want to take action today? Or
On 702,
7.02?
I do.
I'm comfortable with taking actions.
And you want to take a glance at the language that's there now to make sure from last time?
Yes.
They get it? Roger? Ken?
Yes.
We have discussed item 7.02, paid holiday leave. We have language we agree on, and we have talked about the idea of adopting segments of the policy as we move through this so that they are available for the staff. Do I have a motion to approve 7.02 as discussed?
I'll make the motion.
Ken makes a motion to approve 7.02 paid holiday leave as we discussed. Second.
That's my
by-
motion.
Second by Georgia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, you just approved your first personnel policy, sub policy. No, we're getting, they're excited back there.
That's right.
Very good. All right. Going on with this idea, so we're on 7.03, right? Paid time off. And it looks like we had some comments there.
Everything in green is your comments, Roger?
Pardon?
Everything in green here, is that you?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Contract, if they're contract employees, the contract usually excludes.
Kind of a long,
You know,
complicated section, but
The first comment I had was
Yep.
just, term employee. Except for temporary employees. I mean, except. What that, to see what that's supposed to be in there, it's not there, there's no exception. And I don't know what a term employee is.
A term employee is when you pick up an employee that you know will be a limited, period of time, but they'll be full-time, typically. Like for federal employment, a term employee is a not to exceed 4-year position. And that employee is treated the same as any other employee, except at the end of 4 years, it's over. There's no guarantee to retain.
Yeah, but we don't have anything like that particularly, do we? Just
No,
hire staff on a full-time, part-time basis, so. I'm just trying to keep this consistent.
I guess my mind goes toward the idea of the term employee, somebody who's probably contracting.
Then like that, so.
would that be a contract employee?
Employee doesn't get.
yeah,
I mean, I've been a term employee for the federal government, so I'm pretty familiar with how the feds use that term. Unintended.
Well,
But so it's, usually there are people who can earn retirement, all the regular benefits. It's just that there's no long-term expectation.
So do we have a section that defines type of employees? Maybe we should look at that right now.
there's 2 seconds that. Kind of get into that.
It's I wanted to remove the accept temporary employees first. We got that. See if we have term employee.
page 13. Page 13.
All right, so. Center types of OE employees, term. OE staff employed for a select duration scheduled as full-time, part-time, or as needed. Term employees do receive OE employee. This was. Somehow this got. Modified in the. Need grinder, but. It's supposed to be paid time off.
Mr.
But we don't have to have this, if you don't.
Yes, please.
The, in terms of definitions of our types of employees, in skimming this, it seems like we have full-time employees, part-time employees, and contract employees. Or you could almost say contract / temporary employees. Similar to what we did with Anna, right? The the use of the term for a category of employees. I am not as comfortable with that. I think of a term employee as contract employee. So I think of full-time, part-time, contract or temporary. That's kind of my. And in the employment world, rarely do we use the term permanent anymore. It's, you know, we can use the term full-time, but permanent, most lawyers in the HR world would say that you do not want to refer to that, especially if it confers some sort of long-term employment arrangement that might not be there, that might not be available.
So full-time, part-time, or
And temporary or contract.
temporary or contract. And then, yeah, go ahead, sir.
I was just gonna, I think you removed, okay, never mind, you just picked it up. Okay,
So there is another section in here that defines it based on hours. So if you flip to that one too, to me, those were better.
Sure.
definitions.
Yes,
So before I get away from this, if we got soft money to hire a specific, job to get done. What is that? Where we know that the funding is limited, say it's a year-old funding. What is that employee?
contract employee.
So let me jump in there and just ask this question. So I'm familiar with the idea of a contract employee, but there are also contractors,
Correct,
which we treat differently yet.
yes.
So does that need to be under type of employee, or do we have a separate contractors section?
So really good.
Well-
Generally, that's procured kind of like goods and services.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have Kelly Connection under contract.
contractors.
We have the web people under contract, so those two are contractors that like Teresa said are secured under
Yeah,
that, so I wouldn't call those employees.
no, I wouldn't either, but I'm wondering, do we need to handle them somewhere in the personnel policy? So we want to keep an eye on that.
I wouldn't think so because they're not employees.
Where do we handle it from the policy? A contract?
Wasn't some of that in the bylaws on how we secure contractors?
Yeah, we're able to enter a contract, and the way we handle them is in the contract. I mean, to me, that's very parsed out, clear, like contract specs out how we handle them. Our personnel policies wouldn't necessarily apply, unless they're here and, we have that certain conduct code, but,
So I'm hearing three types, full-time, part-time, contract employee. Okay. Yeah,
Just a question.
Right.
My question's coming from complete ignorance, so please keep it in that box. Having never heard the word term and reading this, Ethan or anyone, can you anticipate a time where we would need that category?
yeah, that's why I put it in here, but.
And so what would the nature of that be?
Well, I mean, for me, I want to clarify that, when I think of a full-time or a part-time employee for here, it's something that we had intended to make a part of our annual budget and is theoretically gonna make it through probation and, be part of the vesting and other benefits on a more long-term basis. Whereas a term contract, if I end up getting somebody from like AmeriCorps or somewhere else, and I want to be able to set up something a little more finite that's got some benefits, like paid time off, but also recognizes that it's not built into our regular budget. That said, we can also just treat them as contract employees, if that's what the board wants to do.
Well, look, if they're contract employees, I had not thought about AmeriCorps, so thank you. I've worked with a lot of AmeriCorps students and they're amazing. Or AmeriCorps people. If they're under contract to AmeriCorps, do they get any kind of benefit?
So I have to sort that out and, I'm not exactly sure how flexible that arrangement is. I also wouldn't want to necessarily rely entirely on AmeriCorps to provide somebody, if we did have an opportunity to solve something with a 2-year employee and we had the funding for it, but we knew that the funding was a one-time arrangement, like even in our first budget that our budget that we're about to get, there's one-time expense money included in that budget. If we were to farm that out, we would either need to go contract employee with no benefits or something a little bit that has a little bit more, try not to use the word permanence here, but a little more integration into our workforce with the understanding that it's a term,
So
not,
would leaving that category in give you more flexibility than to operate the OE office? And would it, I guess the follow-up to that would be, if we take that out, does that constrain this office? And again, I'm coming from ignorance.
Sure, I generally would rather have more options than less, but, what does a term employee is having one of those defined in here hurt anything? Maybe, like, let's explore that. Is there a danger to having this?
Wanting you to have all the tools you can have. I think you get the same benefits through a contract. Now, you can have a contract employee where there are options within the contract. Where you can improve PTO, or you can have holidays. So you can achieve, and each contract can be unique to the situation at hand. The contract can also say you work on site 2 days a week and you're remote 3 days a week. So I think a contract gives you the same options. Because my assumption is that if you had a term employee, you'd still have to have a contract with them specifying those benefits, the work conditions, and all of that anyway. But maybe I might be mistaken.
I'm thinking.
Yes.
Is there something a term in position
Well, I thought.
can offer that a contract employee position cannot?
I don't know that I know the answer to that, I guess.
Did you say our HR folks are online?
No, our legal.
Our legal's
counsel
online.
is on.
I don't know if Haley or John, if you have any thoughts on, we're looking at current full-time, part-time, contract employees. And then the question of whether or not term employee has anything to offer that contract employee does not. Any quick thoughts?
This is John. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. Not being an HR expert, that's a little bit out of my depth, but I know there are some issues with benefits and when benefits are available. Some of that is employer discretionary. And I know that contract employees typically are considered to be independent contractors. And so they're typically not covered under insurance and time off and those kinds of provisions. They're under a contract. And so they're independent contractors and they need to provide all of their own workman's compensation and that type of thing. But as between full-time and part-time, I know there are distinctions of that, but I can't give you the particulars, I'm afraid.
Thank you, John. I did learn today that if you have an employee who's working more than 29 hours a week, that you do have to offer them benefits. And so now I had a second to think about it.
Employees, as a contractor, you don't, contract employees, you don't. I think it's specified by the contract.
If they're spec'd out as a subcontract, as an independent business like Kelly Connect, it gets a little more, it's more of a gray area on like one of our current planned contract employees who, if they worked more than 29 hours a week on average, we would need to actually offer them benefits.
Yeah, I'm a contract employee for Crow. And I get no benefits, and it's silent on how many hours I do or do not work. So it's all product oriented.
The federal government describes a term job as a job that may last 1 to 4 years. Term appointments may be used for project work, extraordinary workload, scheduled cancellation of position, reorganization, uncertainty of future funding, or contracting out of the function. Temporary job that will temporary is a job that will last no longer than a year.
May I ask you this?
Yes, ma'am.
And just so I understand. And the contract that we adopted last week for that employee, that was a 2-year period and a not to exceed amount, then what category do you put her in?
She would be a contract employee as long as she doesn't work on average more than 29 hours a week.
So she would be a contract employee,
But
but at the same time, it's termed. It does not include things. So I don't
we
remember.
are limited on how much she can work, so we can't pull her in under that kind of
Yeah.
contract and have her work full time.
Yeah,
And so that would be where you have to do something else.
Yeah.
Which may be what you're talking about as a contract employee for the pro, right? Maybe, maybe that's a different arrangement because of is that under business? Sorry to pry.
No, it's under my business.
No, it's under your,
Yeah.
so you've got a business organizational chart under which, so that to me is different. So if you have an individual who's not got a business name that they're operating under,
I think
Well,
we have.
this is John again, if I could jump in on that. The distinction on it from an independent contractor is less whether it's a business or an individual, and it has to do with who directs the work. And if it's an independent contractor and they're hired to do a specific task that they have self-direction on, that's where they're considered an independent contractor. If you have somebody who's coming on and is working for you for a particular term of time and you're directing their work and they're acting like an employee, I think that would be an employee. That would not be an independent contractor. And so I think there's a distinction between a term employee that is hired by you to do a particular task for a certain amount of time, as compared to contracting with somebody to do that task and they direct their own work.
that was useful. Thank you.
and typically with an independent contractor, the criteria the tribe used to use is in addition to what John said was whether or not you directed their work, whether or not you established their schedule, but also whether or not you had an office for them or provided equipment to them. But if in fact they just came into the office, met with you about a product, and then left and were self-directed, then that becomes an independent contractor. But you could do a contract with me as a temporary employee to come in and be your receptionist for 90 days. Kind of that distinction.
it seems to me we kind of have to look at the mission of our agency too, and our plan is to hire full-time employees who are gonna be here. If we get some soft money or grants or something, and then we hire somebody. And they, I guess, work as a 40-hour a week employee. Before they're hired, they're gonna be explained that their term is limited to the amount of that grant money or whatever it is, and that they're not a permanent employee. You know? So I guess I can see why the Forest Service does what they do because of their financial budget upheavals, but ours are pretty well set. So I think when we hire people, we're hiring with the intention that they're going to stick around. It might help Ethan if you went to that other section where you define each of those categories by hours worked. That I saw that first, and then I found the rest of it, and I was like, oh, this works a lot better now. I understand.
Here,
Yep.
where are we at? 6:03.
I have since learned that this is better defined as 30 or more hours per week on a regular basis. And that is the convention, and part-time is employees who work on an average of less than or equal to 29 hours per week. So I
would disagree with you on that because that number 30 is when the benefits kick in. It's not how you define full-time employee.
okay.
I guess maybe John or Haley can provide some insight on that too, but that, to me, it's what's always pertaining to when benefits kick in and when we didn't get that.
He says, your understanding part-time work is 32 hours? I always thought it was 20. Part-time and 32, it says here 32, but I always thought part-time was 20. Anyway,
I know,
I've actually, the two definitions that I've heard most consistently are the 29 and the 32. Yeah. 29 and 32, that's right.
So what should this number be, 40? Or 32?
Full-time employee works 40 hours.
According to the IRS, I just Googled it. Part-time employees are those who work less than 30 hours per week or 130 hours per month.
So then.
How many a month?
130.
Thank you.
Thank you, Google.
Should ask AI. and see what they do.
Exactly.
What's the IRS say about full-time employee?
You might not like the answer.
Yeah, what if you ask Chat GPT to write your policy?
Yeah, let's not go there. Or let's go there and let's go home.
For a federal definition, here we go. The federal definition of full-time work. An employee who works an average of at least 30 hours per week for more than 120 days in a year.
What's the,
120 days. And it's the definition of a full-time. Seems low, doesn't it?
That,
do you want this? How do you, as the board would like to define a full-time for the city?
I'm comfortable with 40.
I am as well.
So it depends on where you look this up. In the United States, the standard work week is generally considered to be 40 hours. With employees working 5 days a week for 8 hours a day. That's what we're more familiar with, right?
Yeah.
The other reason I think to think about that number is that it also helps define comp time and overtime schedule. Right?
Yes.
Go beyond, so the question is, are you going beyond 40 hours, or you're going beyond 32?
Yeah.
If it's 32, then anytime you're going over 32, you're into the extra time, I think. So if we were describing full-time as 40, anything over 40 or 80 hours in a pay period is got to be sometime overtime.
Unless they're determined to be an exempt employee.
Unless they're exempt, which
Yes.
they don't get comp time overtime.
That's right. Exempt do not.
Why do you think comp or exempt employees don't get comp time?
Exempt employees don't get comp time or overtime.
That's standard.
That's pretty standard.
Language.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Standard wage, I think wage an hour and
So-
declaration of who's determined to be exempt. and
So the-
not.
so the practice has been, for example, in the tribal organization, program managers and above were exempt and do not get comp time or overtime. Period.
I just worked for 15 years as an exempt employee for the state of Montana. When you work over 80, you earn comp time at a 1-to-1 rate.
I don't know how the state operates, I'm just telling you how we operate, and so we probably need to take a look at that then, because my mindset is comp time or overtime. Exempt employees don't get comp time or overtime. If we want to make that different, we probably need to be very careful and deliberate about how we do that.
Yeah, I spent 30 years with the federal government as an exempt employee, and I did not get comp time. In fact, we even sued the federal government because we thought we should get comp time and lost.
yeah, and that's the way it is in the private sector. If you're a manager or something to that,
There's a certain classification, you look that up, I mean, I've read it,
right?
like you don't have it in front of me, but I've read it where exempt employees meet a certain condition, and you don't get comp time or overtime.
That's exactly.
And executives, managers, administrators, and professionals are exempt from overtime compensation. With the Fair Labor Standards Act. Yeah, I was thinking about that early this morning, because I thought that is one area where I think it will be important that we consult with someone who has some experience in that area of determining which employees are exempt or not exempt, which is usually based on your position description.
Yeah,
What does comp time mean to you?
What it means to me is if I work 40 hours, 20 hours on Saturday and Sunday, I should be given 20 hours some other day of the week to make up for that.
Okay,
Comp time was actually, my additional understanding of comp time is that it's time and a half. It's not straight time.
I think that depends on your classification.
I think there are those occasions, so we look back at trying to have enough flexibility in the policies, so Ethan does have some tools. So there are those occasions where he may, according to an annual work plan or an office goal, ask someone to work more than the scheduled time to accomplish something. So you may negotiate with me because it's a goal. You could say, Teresa, can you finish this for me and keep track of your hours, but I need it to be done in the next 30 days. And then we would negotiate a schedule, and I might get comp time for my time spent on Saturday and Sunday or overtime. But that probably implies that I'm considered a non-exempt employee. I'm used to policies and procedures that at the end of the year, in order to cover your financial liabilities, where all comp time has to be used by the end of the year or paid out, so you're not carrying that liability into the next year. But I may choose, if I'm not exempt, to take overtime, or I might say I would like comp time at time and a half, those number of hours. Maybe I'm saving hours out for a vacation or something.
Just a thought. So I don't know if it encourages everyone or frightens them that I'm over here Googling things because this is not my area of expertise at all. But according to the Department of Labor, when it comes to issues like this and the Labor Standards Act, this gets determined by the employer.
that is accurate. I did actually talk to the people in that office to double check, and so that is an employer determination. I'll also let you know that if I cannot hold the comp time, then it will dramatically affect how this office operates.
Let me ask you,
Yeah.
how are you awarding yourself comp time? Are you doing it hour per hour, or are you doing it at a time and a half?
Hour per hour, which
Okay.
is the way
Okay.
an exempt employee who works. When I worked for the federal government also, we did comp time. It's maybe a different era than when you were there, but that was for the US Forest Service. Very standard for exempt employees to gain comp time hour per hour. You know, that's the feds, the state, you know, and all those jobs that have been classified as exempt. You know, the policies that you see before you here were written to where there would be some flexibility. If we had priority issues that need to be done, there could be exceptions. Those are employee chosen, like what you just brought up. You know, to be approved on a case by case situation. Where you could offer somebody who's working, even if they're an exempt employee, you're not in violation of anything. You offer an exempt employee time and a half comp time, time and a half pay. Hour per hour comp time, hour per hour pay. Those are just tools that you can decide if you want to use that or not. They are all exempt. If you have an unexempt employee and they work over 80 hours in a pay period, it is mandatory that you provide them with at least time and a half pay. I do believe from my research that you could offer them time and a half comp.
Comp time or overtime.
Yeah, which is start at an hour and a half time for every hour worked.
Time and a half. Yep.
Yeah,
The other nuance that I'm familiar with is that if you were an exempt employee And, I'm paid to get a job done. And so some days I might work 12 hours, maybe then I work 10. But maybe on that 5th day, I choose to leave at noon. But then I am not required to take leave for a partial day absence. I am only required to take leave for a full day absence. So,
Exempt.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
right.
So that's the other nuance with depending on how individuals are categorized, exempt, non-exempt.
Well, certainly in our line of work here, there's not any ability to define what's expected, because there's way too much of it. So you have a workforce, you have an amount of work, okay? So there's no way to, for me to say, Carrie, this week I expect you to take care of all of these defined problems, half of which we don't really have time to actually do, right? It's no way for me to say, James, go build us a website. You better, those are, and that's typical of government, which is why I think the policies that I've been used to with the state and the feds. Again, sorry for my ignorance on how the tribes do things. But I certainly am aware of tribal contracts offering comp time to what they would term an exempt employee earned at time at hour to hour. I'm less familiar with the standard higher operations, but certainly with such a limited number of people right now in this office, it will be tough to proceed with a rigid approach like anything over 40 is not compensated for, you're exempt.
Just a comment. I don't understand, all of the nuances of what you and your staff have to do every day. I look forward to coming in and observing. I'll be
Trying to get that.
But I'm just thinking in my mind about what it was like to do water quality work on the reservation. And if part of your job meant you needed to go out to hot springs and get samples done, it was not uncommon that we didn't get back into the lab until 6 in the evening during certain seasons. And anticipating if you're doing inspections or having to work with a homeowner, this is a big reservation. There's a lot of windshield time. Am I thinking about this correctly? There could be days like that, right? Coming up here. That's just part of the job too. It's not just in the office, it's travel beyond, right? That could affect. Okay. I'm just trying to get a better sense of what your needs are.
Certainly, and then we have the option to either, dig a staffing hole with comp time, which happens sometimes. So that later they want to take some time off, paid. They're gonna get it, or compensate at a higher level, or maybe you have an exempt employee going to work dollar per dollar, per hour, for excess. That is an option. In this current version, doesn't mean you have to prove that, doesn't mean that if you approve this, that you're saying every time that occurs, there's some guarantee. It's really designed to provide the most flexibility, the most options. But I mean, field work is an excellent example. On 16-hour days happen. A lot of the updates to this I did on a Sunday. Because when I've been here, people at my desk. So, anyway. It is something the board's gonna have to work through and decide what they want to do, but if we define a full-time employee as working an average of 40 hours a week, it doesn't mean that, just because you're exempt and full-time, that you're now somehow expected to work 80 hours a week and not see any benefits of that.
Well, the category, I think. work schedules and definitions in terms of full-time and part-time, I think we can move those forward, and then there should be a separate section in here for exempt and non-exempt, if we choose to do that.
We do have the definitions for exempt
Yes.
and non-exempt in here.
And so you could set up your categories of employees, full-time, part-time, contract, or full-time, part-time, contract, and firm. And then move to exempt after we're comfortable with the categories.
So. Just double check here. We had full-time. And part-time schedules, it seems like those were. Where you wanted to be, right? The temporary work schedule. Looks like it's redefined here as not to exceed 6 months. Or is that just a new category that's not called temporary, it's just a not to exceed 6 months category? Can't quite tell whose edit this is. Does anybody recognize this edit?
My original comment on the way that was written was, it was confusing to me because we talked about temporary work schedules for full-time or part-time. And so I saw that, summed it all up. But, you know, you could have a category of contract employees whose schedule is determined within the terms of the contract. Because then they can be full-time or part-time. And frankly, the term of their contract also addresses how long they're employed.
So we don't need a temporary at all.
I don't think so, but I'd like to hear from others. It seems like you could have full-time, part-time, and contracted, or if you're more comfortable with the term contract, and then another term or contract/term.
Back on the question of term, so how does that work?
The way
How do we create and then manage the term employee?
you fly a job that says you're looking for a hydrologist to work 2 years. It's a 2-year term. And then you say that the benefit package is the same as it would be for a non-term employee. Which will ultimately, probably cut them out of retirement for us, where we're looking at it. Maybe we'll wait till we get to the vesting schedule, but yeah. You still have, so it's a full-time job, they'd earn paid time off the way a regular employee would, they'd have the holidays, they have all those other things, it's just that at the end of 2 years. It's a known sign on. And it's not something like you gotta go through some kind of termination process or whatever.
So take that same position and work. And you go to find someone under the term concept, or find someone under the contract employee concept. Under the term employee, you're gonna create the position description, you're gonna advertise, you're going to do interviews, find someone under a contract employee. We could put out a notice for a contract, find someone and then just move forward. So I'm not Is that the difference? Is there a difference there?
I thought John did a good job on trying to guide us down that path, and that if the position is working
Sorry, I
here,
missed that, yeah.
here in the office and taking direction like a regular employee would, that would include some training and some oversight and so forth, that would be more of an employee. And if it's got a finite term for that employee arrangement, that is what I'm trying to call a term employee,
Or
maybe not very eloquently, or maybe not doing a good job, which is why we're discussing it a lot, but that was the general intent. And whereas a contract would be more somebody who was doing independent work for us.
no, that would be an independent contractor. That's an independent contractor, but you could advertise for a contract employee for 2 years. Which is, it's almost identical as a termed employee. It's just, I think, Ethan, it's just an unfamiliar category to some of us. We advertise for contract employees for 2 years. Or
And
5
would your
years.
term employee have a contract or a position description?
I mean, everybody's got kind of a contract when they come on. I mean, their position description would generally be what I would be looking for in a term employee, but
Wait, no, that's really a good question.
uh,
That's a great question. Do the employees we have right now have contracts or just PDs?
they have PDs that have contractual types of obligations on them.
Okay, but they have PDs. They do not have a signed contract. I think that's a really important.
I think we need to define, because, that's another
That's good.
difference between contract employee and term employee. Term employee would be position description. Contract employee would be a contract.
But with a
Undetermined.
contract employee, you have a scope of work that you attach that can be the PD or just a description of the outcomes. But if we have employees who have signed PDs with performance objectives in them, and they have, they're getting their benefits identified, then we have full-time employees who are non-contract.
That's my impression. But,
Which is good.
Okay,
That's good. Ethan, that's good. And so if we had an org chart, and I know we're not there yet, but occasionally, your organizational structures on the org chart, and then out to the far right, you have like temporary employees or contract for services. So it's easier to visualize the workforce that supports you.
we have, I think everybody here needs an updated job description. And associated documentations. I had been putting that off until we sort of got these doctored. I mean, I know there's a cart and horse situation here, but sometimes that can be like an effort, and I didn't really want to go through the effort until we kind of got some traction on this.
well, unless other people have different thoughts, that's kind of in line with my thinking. Full-time, part-time employees would have a position description. Contract employees would have a contract. That may have a PD attached or other work plan attached, but a contract. Term sounds to me like a position description type position. Okay with it, I'm just trying to understand it. So term would be like a full-time position description, a part-time position description, or a term position description.
Which really is like any other position description, except that it's got an end date on it.
Yeah. So given all that discussion, maybe we just be inclusive rather than exclusive and have both. Contract employees and term employees. I'm just thinking out loud here,
I think that's a good suggestion.
just thinking out loud, because they're different enough that I think if, then that gives management tools to say, this path we're going with this, when we advertise, this is what we're doing. And then the people who are applying know upfront what they're getting into.
Well, and maybe help guide me here, on this last category. Maybe this as needed category could just go under a term. And this is really specific to, Anna's position where she'd be doing work for us like a regular employee, just at irregular intervals. And with a finite amount of hours available and a finite term available.
So full-time, part-time, contract term, and you're suggesting another,
No, I'm suggesting this could go under a term. It was originally listed as an as needed, but I think that the term covers this arrangement. And that it does so better than
To me, a term employee is one that's gonna be working, getting benefits, I guess.
okay,
Where we know Anna's not getting benefits. I think that more in line with the contract.
all right, that does make sense, actually, when you say it.
and hours worked. I think, the distinction between, obviously no more than part-time, but, if they're working highly irregular, they're so in that particular case, you brought up that example. Do we have someone who's working? They're only working when they're available, and they're only available when they're not in school
Or at their other job.
or at their other job.
Yeah.
That's gotta be, and under
That's
these
like-
categories, the simplest way to handle that is a contract.
That also can describe as seasonal
Oh, yeah.
or
For
low.
global, you're going where I was
Yeah,
going is,
it also describes seasonal or for low.
right. Right. Which, which maybe it's more easily handled as, so would this person then be a contract employee or contractor? And to me, that person's a contractor. Not to you. What are they?
Well, they would be, I'm just gonna use this as an example. Seasonal guys that used to work for Madeline Grant. They were full-time during the time the weather allowed.
Oh, I get that.
And then they're furloughed.
I get that. What
But they were not.
I'm saying, if we don't include seasonal or furloughable positions here, under just the categories we're working with,
Then they'd be contract.
that's my thought, either contract employee or contractor. But then to expand this idea, we would be looking at furloughable, seasonal type employees as well. And you may end up with that because we're gonna have a situation where we're gonna need heavy, we're gonna have heavy seasonal work. And then winter comes. That firsthand, winter comes, then seasonal work cuts back, you don't need as many staff then. Those become either seasonal or furlough, yeah.
I am concerned that a contract employee that works more than 30 hours a week puts us in hot water with required benefits.
But according to the Department of Labor, you get to define that. So, yeah, well, you get to define what is considered full and part.
Okay,
They do not define that, they leave that up to the employee.
does a full-time contract employee, are they required to have benefits? Somebody told me this earlier this morning at a meeting about health insurance. She seems well versed.
Full disclosure, I'm not well versed in any of this. I've been sitting here learning from all of you, so, and Googling, so. That's-
So when I worked here for the tribes, I was a contract employee, and once again, I did not get benefits. I just got a lump sum per year.
Well,
Yeah, John, if I could jump in, there are contracts, if you look at like the state. There are situations where a full-time employee. It works on a contract and that contract is, renewed every year, every 2 years, or every 4 years. My wife happens to be one of those individuals, and so they are full-time, employees in every way. But their term of their employment is a contracted term, so that at the end of the contract term, the employer can take a look at it and say, we want to change the, some parameter of the employment, or do we just renew the contract? So I think a contract employee can still be a regular, full-time, fully benefited employee. The term of their work is just governed by the contract rather than just being hired as an employee. And that is distinguished from a independent contractor that is also under a contract. But I think the difference there is who directs the work.
You guys read that?
Well, you have, so contract employee says, what you have written says part-time employee that does not receive benefits. I think contract employee is simply employee that is, whose work is defined by the contract. The work schedule is defined by the contract, the term is defined by the contract, whether they're full-time or part-time, whether they get benefits is defined by the contract.
There you go.
It's-
There you go.
Sorry, it took me, I didn't get there faster.
And so it's defined by contract. And a term position, if we include that as another tool, another option, is something you'll have to pose how that's defined, because I don't.
Individuals hired for a specific project or a certain time frame or a set fee.
Term?
Yep, no contract employees.
All right, sorry, could you read that to me again?
Individuals hired for a specific project or a certain time frame or a set fee. And I like Clay's
Says Google.
duties. It's, yeah. But then I like Clayton's suggestion, whose duties are set by the contract.
Defined by the contract.
You know, just pass something.
All right,
This is,
I got that one, I think.
My battery ran out.
We can plug you in if you need.
Yeah, I don't think he wants it to. We're at 3:35. You guys want to break?
That's
Yes.
what
All right, let's take it 10 or 15, so. Whatever it works. Take a break.
Good deal.
Thank you.
And my call never came.
Well, mine actually came in a text, that's why I had to log out
I know you're.
and go make a call.
Class. We get there.
Contract. So I got a split. That's what I'm waiting for, tell me the head stand.
But Doug's got me through this discussion, so it's gonna be really good. Yeah, I just. I should have caught you with.
Are we back on?
I believe so.
All right, well, we had our break. Welcome back. Thanks, guys. John and Haley. All right.
Okay. You guys see the screen? Thank you. All right, so I tried to capture what the board was describing here. We now have full-time, part-time, term employee, contract employee. As I was writing this, I wondered if it might make sense under a full-time employee to offer that it's position whose position is expected to be funded on a recurring basis. I believe that was kind of getting at what Roger was specifying, that, you know, most of our employees would be under this recurring funded arrangement, and maybe this doesn't do a good job, Roger, but just trying to capture that, which I thought was a good point to make here.
So I got on this, since you're on it, I think we should do the word, you know, we could just say full-time employees work an average of 40 more hours per week.
Period.
Period.
I mean, I say period, but I guess I'm wondering, why would you want to see more than that?
I guess what I stated is that when we hire somebody, we're hiring them as a full-time employee work. And that they're gonna, it's a permanent position unless unless the problems arise. Just. So I would just. I mean, it's inherent that they're gonna be funded. I don't know, I almost would just leave it at 40 hours per week, period.
All right, how about RMP status? Which would,
Well, I don't think we should put that in there because then it's gonna get confusing if we go to trying to find exempt employee versus non-exempt employees. So I think just the full-time employees. 40 hours a week. Keep it simple.
Yeah, so you were suggesting that language you have there in red even was there, I guess I missed that, I guess I'm not sure why we would need that.
to specify the difference between a term that is hired for a limited term of service and full-time or part-time, but I'm fine with remove it.
So you can get rid of work schedules described. Full-time schedule.
Oops. And I have always, I mean, you look at, you don't think about it when you look at it. So if you're part-time, I work less than 30 hours, you're part-time. And you work an average of 40 or more full-time. What are you if you were 31 to 39 hours?
Well, you can be a full-time employee and cheat 39 hours a week and work, and have 1 hour. Be without pay. I don't, but essentially you're a full-time employee. It's this discussion thinking about, and the use of the term permanent and, you know, maybe we need to go back and incorporate that term, or there seems to be, a need maybe to define those positions that are funded by the compact and positions that we might acquire that are not compact funded, meaning that an AmeriCorps volunteer, or maybe someone is funded by a particular grant. But and Roger's point is good. We hire people and we expect they will be here. We hope that they will be here stick with us for a long time. And those positions are our compact funded positions. Essentially.
How and where do we characterize that?
So Georgia, on the AmeriCorps, Teresa, who pays their benefits?
I don't know. But I've worked with the AmeriCorps volunteers in different capacities, and you get to tap into some highly trained folks. They can be a wonderful asset to a project, but I don't know the answer to that question. Can you try it?
Well, and I've worked with him as well. There was never with an obligation that I was expected to pick up any cost of them. And they are wonderful additions. So essentially I just became their worksite supervisor, signed their time sheets, made sure that the work assigned was related to their educational goals, but basically they were all funded by someone else, but I did time sheets, I assigned work, I provided feedback.
That'd be, like with any volunteer group.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. We had a comment back here.
I was just gonna add, I did a marathon last year. And I worked for the school county, as their marathon member, and it was the Montana Conservation Board that paid me. And how it worked was, I had a 1,700-hour contract, and I just had to work through those hours, and they gave me every 2 weeks to fill them out, depending whether or not I worked 40 or 50 hours. And they offered me health insurance. And then what the county does and how that contract works is the county, Missoula County paid Montana Conservation for a certain amount for the year to have new work for them or serve. So that's what my experience with it.
So can we need a separate category for volunteer employees? Which would include AmeriCorps types?
Well, that, you were under contract.
Yeah, so I had a contract with Montana Conservation Board,
And it sounds like the county paid.
and they paid, Montana Conservation Board paid me. And Missoula County paid Montana Conservation Board. We did have like various things with my supervisor where we would have like quarterly goals and go through like a plan, but I ended up just reporting my time to Montana Conservation Board and not to do.
So I was thinking volunteer employees who works for no pay or is funded by a separate organization.
Yes,
Or something along those lines.
Yeah, sure.
I think so. I think that's a good addition.
Volunteer employee,
So according to AmeriCorps.gov, I'm back on Google again, so. They specify what kind of benefits they pay. Those do not include the health benefits. That's up to the person that they get assigned to. So it says many positions do provide additional benefits such as health insurance, home dependent, and childcare. But that's up to. Does it sound like to you so far? It's up to the organization you're volunteering with, right? So AmeriCorps has a suite of things they do, and then anything extra is worked out.
So the AmeriCorps is the umbrella of all the conservation or any other core. There is, there's education one and various programs, but then I believe much of the conservation Corps provided an option.
Does that answer your question a little better, Ken?
Yes.
Does that look like what you wanted? Volunteer employee works without compensation or in another organization that performs duties on behalf or the AOE.
That's what I was thinking. Oh, maybe you should say without compensation or benefits.
And benefits or benefits?
I'd say and.
Okay. Oh, whoops. Works. Okay, that messed it up a little bit though. Is that okay?
Sure. But before I forget about your very first sentence up there should be from, not for. Keep going up
Oh,
there.
thank you. And I am a little hung up on this, like what happens. What happens if somebody needs to work 35 hours a week?
I think you said it though, Ethan, on a regular basis.
Okay.
And average.
Yeah.
So would that be up to you as the office of the OE? If they had a week where they worked 35, they comp that out? Did that help? take
Boy,
care of
where
your-
somebody's sitting in a 40-hour week schedule. And they can't work all 40 and they're out of PTO and there's no holidays, then they're gonna be in a leave without pay status, which also puts you at risk of some of our other personnel policies, which you're not showing up. At that arrangement, if we need to set up because of extenuating circumstances and an option to work 35 hours a week. Alternatively, because that would get us all flush, keep us out of leave without pay issues, just by reducing the total weekly compensation by 5 hours. That would be a nice option to have. Assuming it was for a temporary situation. Probably.
I'm not following.
Okay.
Yes, are you asking whether or not you have the authority to adjust work schedule from 40 hours to 35 per week based on individual needs?
Yeah,
My assumption is you would,
okay,
and that you manage that, and if they're full-time, that doesn't impact necessarily other benefits, but it probably results in a proration of PTO accrual.
yeah,
Yeah.
but not, less healthcare or,
Right.
Okay,
Picky comment,
yes, sir.
to change the title to match the. Just add in the word volunteer.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a good catch.
When get rid of hours, just workload classifications. Because you've got other 0 hours.
Worked classifications.
Workload.
Whoa, oh no. Workload,
Work classification.
Or
Sorry,
just employee classification.
yeah.
I think we should rotate that. I do.
The, under B, it says 30 hours or 130 a month. Under full-time, it says 40 hours. Should we add hours a month there? Does that matter?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I couldn't quite hear all that.
Under part B, it says 30 hours per week or 130 hours per month. Under part A, it says 40 hours per week. Should we add the hours per month there? I don't know if we need to, but I don't know why we have one and not the other.
It's because I looked up the IRS definition for part-time, but there was not an IRS definition for full-time,
Oh.
and it defaults back to the Department of Labor, which says they don't define full-time. They leave that up to the employer, so you could leave out the 130 per month too, I guess, to keep it consistent.
Yeah.
And work classifications, this is the correct, just to make sure I got that right.
I think George is suggesting employee classic.
Employee classifications. Okay. So, is this gonna happen? Is that what I'm supposed to do right now?
If they're ready.
Yes,
Yes.
I'm okay with it.
So going once. So based on our discussions of, and our progress as we're moving through these to approve sections at a time, we've discussed 6.03. And it is now called employee classifications. Full, part-time, contract, and volunteer. We have language we have agreed on. Do we want to, if we want to approve it, we'll take a motion to approve 6.03 as written.
I would make a motion.
Motion by Teresa, second
6.03 as.
to approve 6.03 as written, second by Ken. All in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed, okay. We have another small piece approved.
Now, before that, we were down back over here to, policy set 7. Okay,
Okay,
and, we added this. I'm gonna go ahead and accept this floating holiday because that seemed like that. Sorry.
we approved all that though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You approved it and you kind of went back when modified it again, but I think we're good to go. Now we're at paid time off.
Let me ask a question. was, there was something you added. Do we want to make sure we catch that before we get too far?
Davis Chairman, can I make a suggestion?
Ken,
What really troubles me about our status now is lack of insurance for the employees. And I'm wondering, this is going to be a real painstaking process. Maybe we should get to that before we get to this other stuff, which is kind of collateral. Okay.
which, yeah, and this is, so, and say that again, what topic?
Health, insurance, health benefits.
So that was gonna be, that was another one of the priority items, but then there was a new 8.03 retirement age to spec out vetting period, vesting period, so. This is all in section 8, so that code brings us to 8. Should we jump to 8?
I was thinking of jumping to. Yes.
Health benefits are 8.01, 8.02, and then 8.03 retirement.
And then we can come back to 7.
7. But did we finish 7?
No, we didn't.
We did not finish 7. They have a lot of work to do, under 7 still. I'm at the board's, pleasure here though.
You guys want to do?
I thought we weren't, ready yet on the health benefit.
You know, I think, yeah, I kind of concur with Teresa, but I think maybe it's a good time to provide an update.
Well, let's have a discussion. Let's at least have some discussion here on health insurance.
I can offer an update from this morning. Staff did meet with a local individual that does provide options for health benefits. And we did sign up to get some more specific quotes based on our staff size and needs. And it will get more complicated at phase 2 of this project, of course, but initial action is set forth, and then we will be able to get find out what our healthcare benefit options are for from 2 different providers, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Montana and Pacific Source. Thank you. Which I'm just less familiar with, which is why I can't remember their name. But we did go into quite a bit of detail talking about FSAs, HSAs, what some of the options we'd like to see. We did include with that discussion life insurance and disability, so we'll get additional information about those items. It is designated for a small group, which will probably be a little more noticeable in the cost, but that's where we're at right now.
Nice.
I think in general, we're looking forward to getting some more information and figuring out a good way to proceed with that. That option doesn't mean that we're not looking to other options also. So we're not locked in. This is an exploration phase for another source.
So, Mr. Chairman, I've been concerned about health insurance for a long time, and to me, that's a real high priority. So I had a couple of contacts, and I called 2 of them today too, coincidentally. And one of them is based in Missoula. It's the Allegiance people, but the guy told me that there's a little known and used clause in some of the bigger ones that is called the individual choice health reimbursement account. And it's for 2 to 50 employees. It has the same cafeteria type people, Pacific Source, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and then there's Montana comp or something, or other. They have three different providers, which all three of those providers incidentally, you go on the government health thing, I forget what it's called, those are the three providers on that same to do it through a long care, whatever you want to call it. So, in this case, what happens is allocations are based on age and classifications. But, the employer reimburses the employee for their health insurance. So it would kind of be just a circular thing, but anyway. He told me he'd get a hold of me and they'd try and set up a meeting for next week, and I thought maybe we want to have a subcommittee, just a board member to go down to Missoula too and hear their full package. It'd be worthwhile to explore that. I would call him the Payne West dude, and I haven't heard that from them.
Very good.
Ethan was local to be here with Adele Vincent.
Yes.
Okay. Does she have that mentioned? Okay.
Furthermore, on this topic, if the board would like. I do have this piece of information. Let's see if I can change my share for. Yes, maybe I haven't been sharing. Sorry. I did get this, a draft. That shows the expectations for our newer budget. And so, this is where we're at on what's proposed for 2024. Can you read that? And, this is grayed out a little bit, but it denotes a smaller amount that accounts for this in-kind contribution from the NRC, which you'll remember when we talked about virus, we talked about getting assistance from a DRC water rights specialist for the database updates, and DNRC's these are the numbers that would feed the next funding agreement, and they'd like to see their total amount reduced by this to account for 1/2 of, it's kind of a complicated arrangement, but 1/2 of the extra funding that will be given to that employee to perform this task that is more complicated than their regular job description.
So then that reduces the amount that moves over to us.
It brings the amount that moves over to us to this amount here, and the tribes would match this amount
Oh, okay.
here because of the offset for this, which is money well spent, in my opinion. Okay, just
Yeah.
That 14,849, is that the total or is that half?
that is, they are footing half of it themselves. And so that's the total that we would see as a reduction to, what the state's original allocation is, which is 663.
Right, but the 14,800, that's half or the full amount?
That's the full amount that we would realize. It's half of the total cost. And the other half is picked up by DNRC out of their own budget.
Okay, so it's 100% paid by the NRC. Okay,
In a way, they're giving us some money and then they're taking a little bit of it back to give us an employee instead. it would probably be better if eventually we can let Arnie Wick explain the logic on it, but,
Well, I think I'm getting it, but so if that's half, the contract for this individual is 28 or 29.
yeah,
Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting at.
okay.
A little bit of a shell game,
It will,
but I get it.
okay, and then we have, the follow-up, which would be the fiscal year 2025 funding here, which is, a little higher than originally expected, much needed. So, this amount, the difference between, 663 and 570, times 2. Is for what's considered to be one-time expenses for, operations. So if the board's interested in picking up a vehicle or other large expenses like air conditioners, there's that's what that overage is intended to allow.
And then, since we are talking these numbers, the money that's being contributed for the database is not on here.
That is a separate bundle of money, the money that DNRC has received by through the budget for contracting respec is separate and different from this. But we can go down here and there is this 50,000 here that I believe DNRC is going to pick this up on their own for the discovery purposes of the virus project. Obviously, board members who'd like to receive a copy of this draft, be welcome to have that. Send it out right after I submit your compensation request to payroll. I got a list of things.
So that 14,800, whatever amount that was.
This right here,
Yeah,
yes, sir.
is that the 2-year contract we approved for Anna?
No,
No,
this is an in-kind credit to DNRC for DNRC water rights specialist out of the Missoula office, who will be assigned to this office through an MOU to help us implement the virus project.
so that was the employee solution piece to that data stuff we talked about last week. And it sounds like it's moving forward.
This is a substantial step forward, and yes, we believe that. And the next step will be that we will need to enter into some sort of an MOU. I'll get there. I'm just trying to get through a fair number of projects here, but that's one of the top ones.
Dumb question. Did we just move from employee benefits to risk?
So the reason that we did this is because we needed to know this to know what we have for health insurance.
Oh, okay.
So
Or the rest of the budget.
and the rest of it too,
Yeah.
but this has been a piece that's, so I can guarantee you that the next phase of our initial reach is like, how much are you willing to spend? Okay, so we're all gonna have to answer that to end up with the benefit package. And so sorry to offer that non sequitur, but the idea is that we finally, as of this morning, have a more certainty on what we have available. This affects a lot of the other questions that you guys have been asking me about staffing and other longer term ideas that I have been, clawing my heels into the ground until we see this piece. We are also working up monthly projections right now with this so that we'll be able to look at what we have for realized or expected expenses and what kind of freeboard there is on a recurring basis so that we can factor in the health benefits package, the retirement package, and then figure out the next staffing solution that works.
I like where you're going. What I don't have in my head, I apologize, it's like the staffing for the office, or what what the staffing is now and what the optimum might look like. So when I start thinking about like 15,000 per employee for health insurance as a max figure or something, then I'm thinking, well, is that times 5 employees?
Yeah,
10
so
employees?
we're in a hopeful add two. And one specialist series and one upward mobile specialist. That's the hopeful landing spot for this office. So bringing in some hydrology talent and also just some additional water rights specialist type talent to help us move things along.
So the couple things and to bounce off of that, plus something Teresa mentioned earlier. And I think we did talk about it early on in the process, was 1, budget, and 2, an org chart.
Yeah,
So that we can
Yeah.
kind of, I start getting those visuals in our head. So even if they're draft, I know it's coming, but just want to keep that alive.
well, I'll dig it up, but the state of Montana and the tribe did provide you a draft org chart way back earlier on when they were building what they thought was a needed regional budget. So it's been some time.
Well, that was a start. I mean, you'll revise that as needed here. So
But for
also
me, I
match the
really
budget.
want to get through the budget and see who we
Yep.
can hire. Give
Yep.
you those original expectations were, the hopeful dream. So I will try to put it together and make sure we can hire somebody without having to lay them off.
And my understanding is for now, these are good, we believe good working numbers, but the bill has not been signed yet, correct? Governor hasn't signed the final bill. And when he signs it, it's a done deal, but so these are good working numbers, but he'll be signing it hopefully soon.
We need 2 pieces signed, the governor's signature and your funding agreement. So those are 2 things that'll need to get for this to be
But
realized.
the greatest uncertainty is that his signature on the bill. Once we have that, we move forward with the rest.
I am mistaken, I thought we signed.
I don't think he's signed yet.
Okay.
I mean, that's as of last week, he hadn't signed, and I haven't heard since then. So.
It's your chance. Move on up.
No.
Can I go back to benefits for a second?
Yes. Sure.
When we talk about insurance, are you also having discussions on life insurance?
We are having discussions on health benefits that would include vision, dental, medical. We are having discussions on life insurance. We are having discussions also on disability.
Okay.
So, and those are certainly things that I was accustomed to working for the state. So obviously that's what kind of what I was used to. So it's figured we at least have that discussion for purposes of trying to get estimates. Sorry to digress into some budget stuff, but I can't unwrap the budget from this next phase. It's And I think we're back here, and so you'll see that in the original draft, these grayed out areas, we had the health insurance. I am informed that this needs to be benefits, not insurance. And then life insurance and disability insurance is no, it's still accurate.
So is disability insurance, is that basically workers' compensation?
No, workers' compensation is a completely different and separate arrangement. It was, I did speak with legal counsel. They did want me to offer clarification about some of the discussions that we had at our last meeting. Our workers' compensation is active and paid. And so if any of our employees were to have an injury on the job, we have insurance that is different than health benefits that is intended to take care of on the job injuries. And so Haley identified that there may have been a misunderstanding about that, but we are very active on our workers' comp insurance. It is in good standing. It is custom tailored to meet field insurance levels, which is at a higher premium to provide workers' comp for employees that go out in the field. We've got that whole arrangement there. It's very well detailed.
Okay, that's reassuring.
Would the board like to move to retirement or back up to item 7 or otherwise directly?
7.
7. Okay, we got holidays. I looked at again. Okay. Pay time off, I believe, is where we were at.
See, when we refer to PTO or paid time off, then I'm thinking of it as a joint category, not sick or an income, just PTO.
And some of the referencing that is in here is because I am from a world that has always had those bifurcated.
Oh.
And so, to me, I need to, it's probably my own fault here, but I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that the PTO accrual rates, they're not just sick or just annual, they are combined total, because if you were to do any comparisons,
Thank you.
absent knowing that part of it, it would be a mistake. I am also a little new to PTO, so any additional guidance that would be needed on the PTO front, please do chime in.
Is this the same as what we called annual leave?
No.
Well, it's
So that-
combination of
that's-
annual and sick PTO.
Okay, oh, I see, oh, gotcha.
Both of them in one pile, so that an employee really just has paid time off. They can use that when they're sick. They can use that when they're on annual leave. They can use that for unfunded floating holidays. Whatever's needed,
I get it.
All right,
I have a hard time understanding the chart,
okay,
sorry,
this chart here.
yes.
Okay, this chart is supposed to provide the PTO accrual rates. And the first first column is, this sets this up on a staggered arrangement, which both where as apologies, let me restart that. Both the tribes and the state have, an increase in the earning rate of annual or PTO respectively based on years of service.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so the first column is intended to show years of service. And the second column shows hours accrued for each hour worked. And then
Oh,
the
Question,
yes, sir.
is that first column really second column really necessary?
Well, it's just a redistribution. It shows oh, is this one necessary?
Yeah,
yeah,
The payroll will need to have that.
okay, but do we have,
That level of detail is how the payroll folks will calculate PTO.
okay, but is that necessary in employee policy? Because I think to me, that's what makes the chart confusing.
Okay, and so that number is the same as this number, is the same as this number, is the same as.
I guess that,
Right.
yeah.
And it was intended to work on whatever scale you need to have for, but we can change it.
so here's where I was, unsure. So I'm a new employee.
Yep.
First week,
Yep,
I do 80 hours. I do 4 10-hour days. But I get 8 hours of PTO my first 2-week period. Is that what this chart represents? 8 hours of PTO my first week period?
I think according to that would be 8 hours.
Yeah, 8
Yeah,
hours for working my first 2-week period.
yes.
Okay.
So my thought is that second column is confusing. I kind of like leaving them and I'll explain why in a moment. But maybe it just needs an asterisk and underneath an explanation of what that is describing. Only because I had a job situation, not here, just, not in Montana. No one knows anyone that was involved in this. But I had, the payroll department did not calculate my time correctly. And I had that column of information, I would have been able to get to that a little easier. So that's just something that happened to me. So that was a useful bit of information to have. But it is confusing unless we provide some kind of asterisk and then the explanations.
This is what happens when you have a water engineer do your personnel policies.
Get it down to the fourth decimal place.
And I did try to, reasonably match, some of the tribes in the states, rates. But we can couch this however you want. We'll always have this table somewhere. If I can put an asterisk like, look at column 3 if you're confused.
Maybe something like this, and there may be other things in the document. That would, we could do this as well, but maybe things like this, we just add as an appendix. I mean, it's in there, but then it's not in the body, it just adds, I don't know, it's just an idea.
Well, most of our employees are like hydrology types. If they can. They can manage this table.
They'll create.
Now, what are you saying about everybody who's not?
I ain't gonna talk about the employees that would be using the employee policy.
Well, just, I guess in full disclosure, I once took information like this, created a spreadsheet to run my own macros to check with the payroll because they were consistently making mistakes.
Yeah,
And so this kind of information is, and again, not in Montana.
Was useful, yeah.
Question, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What's a spreadsheet? Sorry.
What you get when you ask a lawyer to know.
But those kind of mistakes happen, and if you work for an organization where there's a lot of turnover and the people that are running your payroll. that makes mistakes, so that kind of information was crucial to me, but I am the nerdy person who likes this kind of thing, so.
Well, I think Ethan's comment was taken as these people are professionals. They do this stuff for a living.
I like leaving it in there too.
It's especially useful when you start dealing with part-time schedules or intermittent schedules, because that's where the dynamic starts to change on the prorating amounts, and we can go off of this and use anyway, it's just an idea. Like I said, board, I'll do what we need to.
Teresa, you making progress on the tabling?
Oh, I am absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely. I'm
I'm less,
good. with
I was less concerned with that detail than just making sure we're in agreement with the values. Well, so if you go less than 3 years, we're starting employees off with 8 hours of pay period. And then we go to 8.6 and then 9.6, 10, 10.6 and 11.6. So in terms of that, where did these numbers come from?
Where did the whole table come from? I guess is my first, here's. We've got this up here, so I didn't know where this came from either. I didn't know if this was a CSKT or not. But I did, then you'll see all the nice little blue, that's all state of Montana stuff. So the state of Montana takes a different approach in that they separate annual leave and sick leave. And so if you scroll down, you can this keep going. This is all very straight out of the MCA or whatever it is. So they accrue annual leave at this is from them 0 to 10 years, 0.7, you get 120 hours. So they separate their annual leave from their sick leave, and sick leave is given at 12 days per year. Annual leave, so there's a little difference. Annual leave is given at, I think, here it is, 15 days per year. You start with 15 days, 3 weeks of vacation time per year. So you're getting basically 27 days per year of PTO, but that sick leave is set. It does not accrue, just the vacation time accrues. But if you scroll back up now to your table, so the difference is with this, you're starting at 26 days a year. With the state of Montana, you're actually starting at 27 days a year. So you gained a day, but the trade-off is you're not accruing additional time on sick leave. You're just accruing time on your annual leave. That's how the state of Montana runs. Just for comparison purposes, I just wanted to throw this out so we could have options and discussion on the two. I don't, like I say, I'm ignorant on how CSKT does their
then
plans.
with the state, you get 12 days a year and you just use it. But if you don't use it, it's not banked or it's not accrued.
No, it is, so then under MCA, I looked up further and, if they do, I think they do cap it, and I have to go back and see what that number was exactly. I got more information on paid out stuff too.
I thought for CSKT, I thought unless it was adjusted, like if it's less than 3 years of service, it's 6 hours.
And that's where I was, I'm not that,
But just for
again, for comparison, yeah, I thought it was lower than
Yeah.
38, I think.
a little bit different.
But Mr. Chairman, I have to.
I know you gotta go, Teresa, so thank you.
That funeral, so I will use my cell
Thank you.
Yeah. See you.
See ya.
Drive safe.
Yep.
Yeah.
See ya. Thank you. Yeah.
No, sir, because here it's all lumped together
So PTO includes sick leave.
and.
I guess I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, and so, but I don't know, it's just lumped together, so there's no.
Well, the tribal organization used to split them. And maybe 10, 15 years ago, they combined them into PTO. And set different annual limits. And then I think they set a. And it used to be annual leave was like 200 hours a year. Or 250, whatever it was. And by the end of the year, if you had more. That excess was use or lose. If you didn't use it, you lost it. You used to go back. It's, we've gone to PTO, combines sick and annual. And the total accrual, if, unless they change it again, is 1,000 hours. You can build up to 1,000 hours. So there are a few employees who have built up to 1,000 hours. And then at the end of the year, you go over 1,000, use or lose. Many employees never accrue that much. They always use it, but for PTO accrual, it's up to 1,000. That's what they do. Doesn't mean you have to do that. That's just what they do.
So what happens if you accrue 1,000 hours and you resign, do they have to pay it out?
Pay it off.
At your hourly salary,
It's paid off.
so you could have quite a long bill at the end.
Yeah, it's paid off.
The state does not make you burn off any sick leave. They pay it off at,
25.2
quarter time. Of your base rate.
25%, yeah, 25% they pay it off now.
No, I don't know if the tribes.
50.
Okay.
But annually is 100%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're allowed to carry over 2 years of annual leave. You know, from through any one particular year, but after you hit that
Use or lose.
threshold, you either need to sign up for a leave use plan or use or lose, basically.
So I've been taking notes, so Clayton, you've already addressed this, and I missed it, my apologies, but I know when I worked for the tribes earlier, they had a policy I really admired, and that was one in which if you had saved up you had earned and saved a lot of sick leave, and someone else on staff developed a serious illness, you could donate your sick leave to that person, especially if they didn't have enough. And
Yeah, we could get information on that. So,
Our staff has already discussed.
there's a leave sharing
leave share.
Yeah.
policy they have. So that leave sharing goes beyond just sick. I mean, since it's all combined, if somebody's out of leave, they have to, first of all, be out of leave. Personnel follows a set of guidelines. People who need it can apply for leave sharing. They apply, and then anyone in the organization who has leave can donate to someone else. So it's called a leave sharing policy, but that's something that we could add to this at some point if we wanted to. Now, Ethan, you were gonna say?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman. Our staff did discuss that in detail and opted not to have leave donation policy. So unless you're wanting us to have it, we're not asking for it.
Well, if they had it, they wouldn't have to use it.
Yeah,
Having it in a small office, there's a certain level of pressure put on, employees to, participate in that program. If you do have it, you don't want to. So, I can get that.
so back to Ethan, I think the question on the floor was, the table you developed, how did you derive that?
I tried to make a hybridization out of the state's rates and the tribes rates. I'm having a hard time reading this particular annual leave accrual rate here. But does the tribes have a table somewhere?
Yeah, I'm sure they do, but it's probably not publicly available. We'd have to
Okay.
actually go to personnel
And does anybody have a better idea of what they'd like to see on hours earned?
well, that's why I brought it up. I think we just need to, I mean, we have to be in agreement that because those are the rates of accrual, and I think we want to make sure that the numbers in there can be all prorated and calculated. Probably the one to focus on that's easy to look at is the hours per pay period.
So right now, this is kind of like monopoly money, right? And we can change because it sounded like before Teresa left, perhaps Clayton, you could clarify, the tribes give more hours per pay period? Or is it
To
less?
start with,
It's less at 6.
6.
Oh, okay,
Now, I'd have to, again, I have to go back and, I mean,
sure, oh, sure.
I haven't been at that for a long time, so I'd have to go back and double check the policy, but we could get that information, but my understanding it was at 6. And then it took, if I remember right. Well, I don't remember how it graduated, but it graduates like this.
Like this.
There was a similar graduation, but it started off at 6.
And just to follow up, according to Google, the governor signed 133 bills and sent 3 back, and none of them that he signed included our appropriation. So,
I suppose too.
yeah, it's not in the list.
Thank you.
So when you say this was a hybrid between what the state and the tribe offered, do you have what the state?
I have to go dig through my file, but how about this? How about if,
So
I can-
Clayton, the one down here is what the state uses, exactly.
Stick, they separate sick and
They separate, that's what the state uses.
stick and annual, and so let's go to that. Do we want to go with PTO or go with sick and annual?
I would prefer to have PTO, but, that's me.
And I think globally, I think most places are going to that. And I'm familiar with that, so I like the idea of PTO. I see some heads back there nodding too, so.
So the state offers 12 days a year sick leave, right? So 12 times 8 is 96 hours.
Yeah.
And then, like, see their high rate here is 192.
And that's just annually, right?
Yeah, we're adding it to it.
That's so 20 years or more.
Sure, I'm just trying to like anchor in somewhere.
So what I did was actually the state, you start at 15 days annually, 12 days of sick leave, so that's 27 days. So the state actually offers one more day per year as compared to your table in here. But yet then they don't accrue sick leave,
Right.
they don't. Whatever it is, actual, like sick leave just annually, so that's.
Over time, this would surpass that, yeah.
Yeah,
I like the PTO. I just think it gives the beneficiary more flexibility on what they use the hours for.
I like the PTO too, I'm just trying to figure out what the. What is the appropriate start hours for the pay period and what's the appropriate
Incremental.
incremental build up?
Yeah. Well, this is a. This is a good start to look at. Would you like to know what the travel schedule is?
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't Christie used to administer that?
She was in the department, whether she administered that directly or not. I don't remember.
Because when I got hired by the tribes in water quality, she's the one who went over the policy. So,
But she may know off the top of her head, but I certainly don't know without asking. I'd have to ask. And given the time, I may be able to reach somebody and see if they could, let me just check right now and just see if I can reach someone.
So when we use the annual numbers from the state and add the sick leave in, there's 4 periods, 0 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20, 20. You end up, first period is 216 per year, should be like where the 208 is. Then it goes to 240 per year, which is 10 to 15 years. Then 264, which is 15 to 20 years, and then it maxes out at 288. Obviously, 288 is less than 301, but not.
What do we have for that? 0 to 10.
My 0 to 10 was 216. My quick, again, assuming 96 hours of sick leave consistently. Added to these rates right here. I'm just going on, these ones on the right are the annual hours, right?
Oh, yeah.
so your hours are more beneficial to employees up until 2043. And then there's the seems to drop off. I just wrote this down. It's an initial bump up.
And my recollection is that when I looked at the tribes rates, I didn't look like a detail, they were higher. I tried to split the difference. But
So really the back is one of those.
we're talking like a 13-hour difference though on the highway. I mean, it's not. My point being that they're not.
Would that be okay?
far off.
Yeah.
A little lower on some other ends. For the earning rates.
Hold on a second. I don't know what it used to be. So.
Formally, remedies, this is the process here. Phew. I've been an educator for so many years and
It's
basically.
C, Matt.
You don't get sick,
Add-
you don't miss any days. So,
I wish some of them were like that now.
GOV.
Lot of. So Ethan, while we're waiting here,
Yes, sir.
I noticed that you go down to the end of the bowling alley,
Thank you, ma'am.
right here on Main Street.
Goodbye.
There's 2 new mini splits. Well, they're big mini splits on the side of that.
They are going to email me that section of the policy.
And what the cost was.
The other splits back here at the brewery too, and there was the same guy that we had, I don't know who did
The
this.
bowling.
We'll check these two.
Really nice. They did a nice job on that.
Sure. I'm happy to go down and check. I haven't gone to the bowling alley yet. So we'll check that.
Good for the, yeah.
Bowling alley here?
Yeah, good.
Is it- Oh, I guess it's still open. It's the theater that's closed. Yeah, one of them's closed, yeah. So, the personnel director for the tribe, I got her on the phone. She happened to answer. She is going to email me that information. So we'll have it here. We'll have it here shortly.
Okay. While you're on the phone, did you catch the numbers that I had just thrown out?
I did not.
Okay, I'm gonna walk you back through it, so. Here, these hours per year are the rates that are,
Oh, you had done your calculations. Yeah, I heard some of that.
okay.
Heard some of that. Yeah, yeah.
My real point was that if
Right.
you take the state's maximum and you add in the earned sick leave, it's here at the high end, it's only 18 hours off.
Yeah,
You know, and at the low end,
but to get there, you get there faster, right?
this has a higher resolution, but no, they're both more than 20 years.
Is it?
Yeah, and so, because the tribes in the state had different periods, I added another line of resolution to this table. You know, to kind of try to split the difference.
Okay.
And on the early side here, this 208 is actually 8 hours less than what the state's earning rates are, so it's a little. Yeah, it's a
For
little
annually.
mix of both.
For annually.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
So-
it's
The
split.
difference is, you're right, yeah.
So my point is like, they're not the same.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're trying to compare apples to oranges, which is fine, but I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think even if we went with this, it's probably not, exorbitant. But I think it's a generous benefit. To start with. Myself, this is me.
I think of it as pretty comparative to what the tribes or the state offer.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah, and I said, I don't think it's
maybe
way off, but we'll see. I don't, like I said, I don't remember exact numbers. They'll send me
sure.
something. I don't know if they'll, so we could move on to the language, and then if they send it while we're talking, I can share it with everybody.
Sure, I'll bring up something else that you guys might disagree about.
I don't think of this as being either. Just trying to fair.
Yeah, I
Sure.
don't,
You know,
it's,
we're trying to.
That's
get an
fair.
Understanding of what the basis for some of this stuff is, so that we're trying to keep in mind what the impacts on the budget.
yeah.
Well, please let me retract the last disagreement statement. You are correct, and I stand corrected, so. thank you.
And if we're disagreeing with anybody, it's you. No.
Staff, might have-
I track that.
Thank
too.
you for that correction, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Ken.
I think the staff might have to go.
You guys have to go.
Not a good thing to say.
You can go. If you'd like, Brett. You're also welcome to stay. Thank you.
Can I go?
You cannot go.
Okay.
The years of service is.
Yeah.
You know, this was tough. We're trying to attract, people that might have worked for the tribes, might have worked for the state, might have worked for the feds. So what we wrote in here was something similar to the table on the years of service, except that it includes not one agency. It includes the other agencies. Yeah. So that, what that does is if you thought you were gonna have a chance to entice some state employee who's been in water rights for a lot of years, you know, this is like, oh, I could get leave comparable to what I was getting working for the state, working for the feds, working for the tribes.
So. What? I don't know how this, maybe you can explain how the state worked. Tribal office, if you come in, if you're working, you do your accrual, if you leave. And then come back, you start over.
My thought is that we're basically competing with the feds, we're competing with the NRC, we're competing with the tribe, SKC, the university. And I think we need to make this attractive enough that we can attract these kind of people and keep them.
I guess my thought, tearing off what Ken just shared, we're trying to compete with those agencies, but also get folks to live here or anywhere close to here. The cost of living, I may have shared this before, but the cost of living for living in Lake County is now the same as living in King County, Washington, but where Seattle's it. And the median income here is a fraction. So the big enticement to move here for a lot of folks, looking at recent poll data, is the opportunity to recreate, which means having days off. And if you lose those days off, we've lost the biggest carrot we have for getting people here. You know, you could make good money with doing this kind of work in other states, but you may not have the same recreational opportunities. That's one of Montana's big calling cards, right? And if we take away that carrot, my concern is we may lose talent. I don't know.
I do have a concern that with the state, you're dealing with the whole state, it's one sovereign. Here, you have a situation, CSKT, where when you leave, you lose everything, right? Or you don't lose everything, you just gotta start over. So how,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you sure it's that way? Because
Well, but I'm reading this and I'm gonna not retract, but say, I think I was thinking about the wrong item in terms of determination of years of service. It's calculated as a tribal employee, you calculate tribal years of service,
right,
right?
But
Tribal years of
it
service,
doesn't have to be contiguous. I did talk
right?
to
But
tribal
it's,
personnel,
but
to
it's-
try to.
but it's
make a-
tribal years of service. The policy as written, the tribe will, and when we have contracted for other programs, not as a, and not built into the personnel policy itself, but when we have contracted for other programs, tribal council has given consideration on a case-by-case basis for years of service for employees who have been maybe a federal employee. So for example, when they contracted, when they agreed to take over certain federal program functions, if there were federal employees, if they came over, they would be through that program look at years of their service. But as a matter of policy, that's case by case, not federal, state, whatever. The only years, otherwise, the only years of service built up for tribal employees or tribal employees working for the tribe. What we're going to have to do is consider whether we want to recognize, because we're going to draw from a variety of places. Do you want to consider years of service? Especially between the state and the tribe, because those are the two funding agencies. And then do we want to consider years of service for any federal employees? I think that's where we're at.
I guess the way I look at that is if we're trying to hire on additional people. We want to keep as many options open as we can. Not limit them. So I'm comfortable with including federal, state and federal in the consideration.
And I think that as a matter of policy, we should probably define that in here, because I think if we just say years of service, how many 1-year service each period. So if somebody's working in the private sector, we're gonna count that.
The present wording did not factor in private sector. Whether you wanted to add that in or not.
Does it say, what does it say?
Or public employment, that's really vague too, I don't think that. But,
I'm gonna change this, not to overwrite anything here, but just so that it's easier to read.
This language that Roger provided is actually pretty good. It just needs to be tweaked a bit, so it's not Montana only.
I struck it through because nowhere when I was on where I changed jobs and I've changed jobs numerous times. I changed jobs because it was usually a job advancement. Nowhere did I get any credit for it.
Years of service, right?
I started over every time.
And I think that within an organization, you build it. It's organizations have the latitude to accept your years of service from somewhere else, but I think that's case by case.
Yeah.
Like I said, we did that. I know the tribe did that in cases when they take over various federal programs. To be fair,
And I worked for the DNRC twice. And I quit, went into the private consulting racket for a while. Came back to Montana, went to work for DNRC, started at zero.
really, okay, now see, yeah, that's so that's two ends of the spectrum there. Yeah.
And I worked for the Park Service, I accrued it, left, came back to my little agency, and they let me have it, So,
But that was federal employment, wasn't it?
yeah,
So. I guess
well, what I was trying to say was that paragraph you provided is actually pretty good. On, which doesn't have a. Right there, the annual leave is based on employees' number of years employed in Montana public sector. I like that, it just needs to be tweaked to include CSKT.
This is annual.
that was.
So we're talking about annual leave accrual. What we're trying to do is define, so how does that apply to
Just
years of service for hiring?
paid time off accrual rate is based on employees' number of years employed in Montana or CSKT public sector.
So I defer to this group's good judgment on this. You would know more about this than I do, certainly. But I just think it's appropriate to point out that we have a gentleman here sitting to my right who has worked in the public sector. We're getting into definitions, state, tribal, federal, and public sector. And I think how much we've leaned into your experience to do what we're doing and how you've helped this board significantly. I think we would be remiss not to recognize, if we decide to honor years of service, we'd be remiss not to recognize we have qualified people like this. And again, I
So,
defer to your guys' good thoughts.
yeah, so we recognize years of service, you know, the other way to go is to recognize years of service regardless of the place of employment. The question then would be what rate of years of service?
See, I think, and I guess. When I come in other places too, sometimes like this last job or whatever. Oh, my own man, I gotta negotiate my own. I didn't get any time.
With that thought, Georgia, my first job was with Sir George's Smart Board as a dishwasher. Is that when my years of service started?
Well, it would have to be a similar field.
Okay,
So what I was gonna say though, some of these employees, when if we're gonna hire somebody. That. Amount of vacation time can be negotiable. Up front, you know, we can say that, you know, if somebody's. Come from somewhere and they. Got great experience, then we could say, hey, yeah, we're gonna give you. 4 weeks instead of 3 weeks to start with, you know, based on your experience and your longevity and everything else. This sentence here, I guess I appreciate what George says and what Ken said about trying to staff and hire people with experience and being in a competitive market. But then I keep going back to the, you know, our funding is from the CSKP in the state of Montana. So I like what Ken was saying about adding CSKT into this paragraph. I just have a trouble being that broad and generous. I just don't, I mean, God, somebody can come in and be getting 2 months of vacation time.
The other, and
And then we're encumbering the budget by
Yeah.
doing this.
to add an additional piece to that, something Georgia just said is, and I don't know if you meant it intentionally, but you said, well, it has to be in a relative field. Well, I think that's important because somebody could have years of experience and may not be all in the relative field.
I guess what I'm thinking, and I really defer to your thoughts on. But if this board had a chance to hire somebody like you, and the caveat was you wanted some days off because you earned them to go hunting. To me, that's a fair concession to get someone with your talent. I guess okay, let me see if I'm capturing your thoughts.
Okay.
This language, you feel like it makes you married to this policy, and you kind of want to date it. Right? You don't want to be locked into this relationship, you want to have some flexibility in what you offer on a per employee basis. Would you be more comfortable with it that way?
To some degree, yes, I think that if we have some flexibility in this, you know, somebody came in and they were highly qualified. What if they came from North Carolina? And that's not state of Montana, that's not tribal, that's not federal, you know? They would be starting at base salary. So we would want to at least let them, like, here's the end, they're coming here for this senior tax, you know? So I think there should be some flexibility or something there to consider. But I mean, that's just part of when you negotiate a contract with somebody too.
I think you should limit it to one agency. If you decide that you're gonna give credit for years of service to past experience, instead of an amalgam, maybe you just pick one agency. So,
what do you mean by one agency?
like, I work for the feds and I work for the state, can't combine them.
Oh, I see.
And one.
Oh, I mean, per person, not per policy,
Sorry,
yeah.
confusing.
So when you went to work for the state and the bids, you started at base based things then.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty typical to have to start over. We can offer something,
Yeah.
but it's typical not to get that. I mean, people go out in the
well,
workforce unless they're contracting. And then you can negotiate in a contract is terms of those positions and the policy, personnel policy becomes a different matter.
I've been all over the place on this. I really have, and I'll just confess that to everybody. I guess I've become, more cognizant of challenges for hiring people due to this crazy current situation we're in now. And so when you're trying to attract good employees, and we're at an all-time high for rental rates and mortgage rates and all the rest, it really constrains us in terms of what benefit we can have. And I guess this seemed like a cheaper way to onboard a benefit in some respects, and that you can honor time accrued if it's a relevant field. You know, if you've been doing complex hydrology somewhere else, then you could enter here and you could bring that experience with you.
You know, though, when you advertise, get a lot of advertisements, you know, that say, here's your benefits, and then other things are negotiable.
Problem I see with that approach is the same problem we saw with the shared leave. You got a small office. How do you justify that to the rest of your employees?
This is tough. This is hard.
I hope you understood with that discussion, you know, it's not like everybody's a bunch of.
No, I understand.
It's just you're instantly like,
I've been in that situation. We had a very sick woman in our office who I didn't particularly care for, and I was kind of.
we're still recording. Just
It didn't say which office. And, there was considerable pressure in the office for everybody to contribute.
And that really, you make a really good point. You know, there's a certain critical mass of humanity you need in order for that to work. And small offices kind of shine a spotlight on that. Well, guys, I have never had to do one of these. I've never had to set this up. I keep saying this. I'm learning. I'm
So,
listening.
like Churchill said, this is a mystery inside a conundrum.
Well, I guess I would like to see what CSKT table was like.
Yeah, and I assume that I would get that.
I mean, we can pick this up.
Maybe we can pick it up. Let me see. Yeah,
It might be-
I will get that and I will make sure that I get it to you so you can share it with everyone, when I get it. I'm not opposed to recognizing years of service. But I think a good place to start, if we're going to offer that, we can always change, would be the tribe and the state, because especially because they are the funding agencies. Beyond that, I am not sure.
How about state of, excuse me, University of Montana,
That state, isn't it?
to me it is, I just want clarification because it's gonna.
It's kind of like SKC. SKC is a tribal organization with a tribal board, but it's a separate corporate entity. And the university system is run by a board of trustees. It's a separate entity. So.
And now I'm just gonna keep playing like, it's so interesting. What if you had somebody that came out of the county government who is really excellent at subdivisions and knew a lot about how local subdivision law worked and so forth? Is that the kind of thing that you would, because it's not state.
Yes, it is. It is state. It's subdivision of the state.
Okay, so a subdivision of the state.
Yep.
Would be in that realm, okay? Well, that is more like the state's actual definition.
I know. First, I think I'm on the same page as Clayton is with this.
Okay, I'm gonna send this to you. She just
The
sent it.
University of Montana, you know, is a state entity there, I guess. they have different, retirement system, PERS versus TERS, but still stay in Montana. But Ethan is saying if they come from Lake County or Sanders County or something like that, that's definitely not state of Montana, that's county.
But they're legally considered a subdivision of the state.
What about the city of Kalispell, the city of Missoula or something?
I don't know that offhand, but I'm guessing it's the same.
So I guess I didn't.
So the state's arrangement says this, you know, employed in the Montana public sector, which is their more broad, you know, I've tried to highlight it here.
We don't have home rule counties here, do we? I don't think Montana has home rule.
That's right.
Home rule counties. I guess it's a Colorado thing.
I think if we said state and tribe, I think it's arguable. I just sent you.
South right here.
So it has increased. It used to be 6 start with, so it's 8, 9, 10. So there's there it is. That's pretty close, isn't it?
So you want me to bring the other table up or do you have it? All right, I'll just leave this way.
Slightly less than fire.
Is it higher on the low end?
It's higher. Well,
Bye.
See you guys. Thank you guys. Drive safe out there. You just want to use these numbers?
What,
Includes counties, towns, cities, towns, villages, school district, and drainage districts.
wow.
The state thing, well, and if I recall, the irrigation districts here in the joint board. We had to get to through litigation, but we're defined as part of the state. As government. I would never agree, but that's what I have to find that, yeah.
Just
As far as I know.
Just a little observation on some of the other personnel policies that we talked about. Most of our pay rates are based on state pay rates and comps out of the state of Montana. That tends to be if you were to compare pay rates from the state and the tribes and the feds, that is usually the lower of the pay rates. When you look at probationary periods, the state and the tribes are operating on a 6-month probationary period. You chose one that was similar to the feds. That's a 1-year probationary period. I think I got that right. Either way, you chose the longer of the probationary periods.
I did.
On the,
I put 6.
you put 6?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. On the retirement, you know, we're less, I did go check the feds. We know what Montana's was. We hit with the 6% match, which is the lowest of the 3. You have, offered
The
a
feds
more-
with 6% too?
They have, better retirement than that, that's through the. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Feds arrangement, but for, you actually do get a higher than 6% match. Out of, early Fed retirement rates. You did choose a higher holiday rate than any of the others because of the floating holiday. We're waiting on the leave experience, but the things that you don't have that some of the other agencies have are noticeable. Like the state, no matter what you do, you're not gonna end up with the 3 state clinics that you get. I'm not sure for tribal employees, if it's all of them that are allowed to go to the tribal health centers, or is it just tribal members?
I don't know.
But they certainly have gyms and other facilities that we just don't have. You know,
Yeah, tribal members, tribal health and non-tribal member employees through their benefits and their own insurance.
and
Typically,
on per diem, we did also choose the lowest of the 3. We are matching the state's per diem and lodging rates.
Did we choose that or was just told?
You did,
That's what's presented. So, so it does appear this is comparable to the tribes. So given that, I'm okay with this. And then if we, so we can get rid of all this other crap that I put in, but then if we go down to that one sentence or paragraph that right there, up.
I'm sorry, I gotta put my glasses on.
determination of years of service.
Uh,
Up higher?
yeah.
This one here?
So if we could make the determination of years of service something similar to the state of Montana and CSKT, then I think that would, you know, then we.
Good place to start.
Yeah.
Good place to start.
Sounds right, spelled. All right, we're gonna do this a little different. I'm just gonna copy this.
You take off annual leave, vacation.
PTO. PTO accrual.
Isn't that already defined?
It may be.
Yeah, it's defined. I'd like to add SKC there or SKC, or Salish Community College. Behind university system.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a little lost.
Keep going to the right, there to see, including the university system or Salish Community College.
It's just Salish Kootenai College.
Mhm.
Accumulated by the. And,
I guess, do we need all this leave
I was just
accelerator
gonna say, what is that?
language?
It tells you then where you're gonna start. If you're gonna start at the 10 or the. Wherever it happened, the 3 to 6 or the 9 to 12. It sets the basis for that, yeah.
We call it something different, like leave initiation hours or.
Isn't it leave an accumulation?
Yeah, leave accumulation hours.
And they called years of service. Accumulate.
Well, it's the section we're in.
Years of service are determined.
Accumulation hours based on years of service.
So Georgia had a good comment on leave accumulation hours based on years of service.
Yeah,
Right about that, back where you were. Keep going back to the aspect, right there.
Should say leave accumulation hours.
Based on years of service.
And I'd almost rather just rewrite this to say that this category of employment counts towards years of service,
that's fine.
right?
I'm okay
You know,
with it.
Just out of curiosity, did John and Haley drop off?
I did.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna fix this for you, and you're gonna have to look at it anyway.
Yeah,
So,
I think you had some language down below too that said they had to provide some documentation. Yeah, so we need to include that.
yeah. I think I generally understand what you want in this section. I do feel like at 5:38, it might be better if I wrote it.
and at 5:38, we're over a half hour past our scheduled time to meet. You guys done for the day?
I am.
Yeah,
Okay. Ethan, if you could make sure you flag us and know where to start, pick up
I jumped in.
next time.
Oh, public comment.
And
There's nobody,
there's,
there's
I
nobody.
don't think there's anybody, so public comment, I think if we had public to comment, we would take public comment, so any other board comments? Roger.
so when I get a call back from these guys in Missouri, does anybody else? I'll get a hold of Ethan naturally, but does anybody else wanna hear their spiel?
Yeah, flag me and I'll see what I can do. I'll just, we'll see. I mean, somebody else can too, but flag, just flag us and we'll see who wants to jump in. So actually, we have an agenda here, so board member updates, any board member updates?
No,
Public comment, next meeting, June 8th. Okay,
that is finals week.
Right before graduation.
do we have any suggested changes to that?
No.
Yes, while we're looking at their calendars, I got one thing I would like to put on the agenda, and that's, revisit the bylaw regarding board compensation related to travel.
Board compensation, you bet.
The June 8th is a Thursday, graduation's on a Saturday. I'm okay with finals, mine are taking finals that week, so
Fine, too.
you're good too.
Yeah. June 8th, we're good?
We're
Okay,
good.
all
I
right.
think I'll be done by Monday.
Squeezing that in, but that's good. So, all right, motion to adjourn.
Second, motion adjourned.
Motion,
Second.
second, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye, good. All right, thank you, guys. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you.
It's a good start.
Okay, good. Well, I didn't mean to, and I hope it didn't sound.